Chapter 1528. After this explosive news was released, a crowd gathered outside the terrace house that Qin Feng bought early in the morning. Most of the people were independent cultivators, but there were also a few family disciples. However, Luo City was dominated by family forces, so few sect disciples dared to come here. Since when did a medicine shop and weapon shop open here? Someone was surprised. Everything in this shop is selling at half price. Is that true? So what if they're selling at half price? Have you heard of the Sacred Medicine Hall and the Divine Armament Hall? Who knows if the things in these two shops are real or fake? Soon, 500 to 600 people had gathered outside the door. Lin Bei and the other girls were shocked by the crowd's fervent discussion. Everyone, please be quiet. Qin Feng walked out after seeing that most people had gathered. Hundreds of pairs of eyes landed on him. Seeing that he was just a wimpy kid, many people instantly lost interest. Everyone, disperse. This is obviously a gimmick. What good stuff could a shop run by a little brat sell? It's most likely fake medicine and spiritual weapons. Qin Feng didn't care about the doubting voices. He circulated his qi and his voice sounded like it came from a loudspeaker. My shop has just opened. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can guarantee the quality of the products in the two shops under my name. Qin Feng directly answered the doubting voices. Someone in the crowd yelled, "What's the point of just guaranteeing? What if the things you sell are fake or defective?" Lu Jia and the others knew that Qin Feng's pills and spiritual weapons were of the highest quality. They were better than some alchemy sects and blacksmiths in the Divine Supreme Continent. Seeing the crowd questioning him, they were a bit annoyed. Qin Feng stopped everyone and smiled at the crowd. That's easy. My shop can inspect the goods first before paying. Everyone can eat the pills and see the effects. You can also use the spiritual weapons to practice. If you're not satisfied, I won't take a single cent. Qin Feng's words made the crowd boil. It was the first time they heard of the principle of using first and then buying. This was Han Ying's idea. She wanted to bring a set of selling techniques from the secular world of China to the Divine Supreme Continent. Since little brother has said so much, I'll go in and have a look. Some people couldn't wait any longer and walked into the shop, followed by a large group of people. The St. Panacea Hall and the Divine Armament Hall were two large rooms that were connected in the middle. However, the two rooms were quickly filled with people. Many people were blocked outside the door and unable to enter. Damn, this bottle of Immortal Cloud pills is only selling for 100 superior spirit stones. The pills sold by this St. Medic Hall are indeed cheaper than those sold outside. I wonder what the medicinal properties are like. Didn't young Master Qin say that we could try it before buying? Who wants to try it? The St. Medicine Hall was bustling with noise and excitement, but no one dared to easily try the medicinal pills here. What if someone accidentally died from eating it? However, there was also a bold man who jumped out. He held a bottle of White Phoenix pills and said, "Miss, we can eat these pills first, right?" I really ate it. Han Ying and Ren Xiaoyao were in charge of the sales. The two women smiled and nodded at the man, who didn't hesitate. He opened the jade bottle and poured a White Phoenix pill into his mouth. The crowd immediately quietened down. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop in the large room. The crowd stared unblinkingly at the man who swallowed the pill. They felt that this man was like a lab rat. The White Phoenix pill was a second-grade miraculous pill in the divine world. Its main effect was to purify the immortal energy in one's body and stabilize one's current realm. The pill melted in the mouth, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted in the room. The man's eyes shone brightly after he swallowed the pill. He shouted excitedly, "What a good pill! This is a high-grade white phoenix pill. The same medicinal pill, if it came from the hands of different alchemists, would have a very different medicinal effect. For example, the white phoenix pill could be divided into high-grade, medium-grade, and low-grade. The difference in medicinal effects between a high-grade white phoenix pill and a low-grade white phoenix pill was almost double, and the price difference was also several times. The St. Medic Hall's white phoenix pill was a high-grade pill, but its price was twice the price of a normal white phoenix pill. This was like a meat pie falling from the sky. Hey! Are you telling the truth? Don't tell me you're an actor hired by this St. Medic Hall. The man's reaction was too intense, and it aroused many people's suspicions. But someone else shouted, I know him. He's Ma Zhong from Luo City's Ma family. He's definitely not an actor. Ma Zhong ignored those who questioned him. His eyes were shining as he stared at the room full of pills. He felt as if he had found a treasure in the desert. Miss, how many white phoenix pills do you have? I'll buy them all. Ma Zhong shouted. Even an idiot could tell that the St. Medic Hall was serious. Not only were they selling the pills at half price, but the quality of the pills was also very good. For a moment, everyone was in a frenzy to buy the pills. Some people even remembered the St. Medic Hall's initial advertisement. The person who spent the most today would get a recovery pill for free. That was a 6th-grade recovery pill. It could heal serious injuries, and it was a life-saving pill. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Divine Weapon Hall was equally heated. The room was filled with all kinds of spiritual weapons, from orange to purple. The person who spent the most would get a purple-grade spiritual weapon for free, and the chance to buy a flying sword. Under the rush of the crowd, the items in the two shops were quickly sold out. After all, Qin Fen did not have much time to prepare. He could only make so many products in just 3 days. At the same time, the number one nouveau riche of the two shops was born. When Qin Fen really gave them a recovery pill and a purple-grade spiritual sword for free, everyone was dumbfounded. Who is this young hero Qin? He's too generous. Could he be from the Qi family? Only the Qi family has such power in Luo City. Wait, young hero Qin's surname is Qin. They're going to start selling flying swords. I want to get a flying sword too. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, the number one nouveau riche of the Divine Weapon Hall started buying a flying sword. It was a pink-grade flying sword, but it was not a starry sky flying sword. After Qin Fen came to the Divine Continent, he realized that the process of refining flying swords was much easier due to the rich spiritual energy here. Flying swords here were mainly used for transportation, and their offensive effects were not as important. Qin Feng had forged a flying spirit tool, and the materials used were ordinary. Although this flying sword could be used for flying, it would easily break in a fight. Compared to the indestructible starry sky flying sword, it was much weaker. Qin Fen's main purpose for opening the shop today was to make a name for himself. Making money was secondary. He did not set a high price for the flying sword and sold it to the other party for 3,000 high-grade spiritual stones. The crowd was shocked once again. This was the cheapest flying sword they had ever seen. Young hero Qin, do you still have any flying swords? I'm willing to pay 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones for it. Young hero Qin, I'm willing to pay 10,000 spiritual stones. Flying swords were rare in the Divine Continent. Most of the people in the room did not have a flying sword. Qin Fen smiled and said, I'm sorry, everyone. Since the shop opened in a hurry, I didn't have time to refine too many flying swords. Now, I've sold the only one I have to that brother. You can come back and have a look in the future. Qin Fen's words surprised everyone. This meant that the Divine Weapon Hall would still make flying swords for sale in the future. Those who could make flying swords were all very powerful refining families. Now, everyone looked at Qin Fen with much more respect. Young hero Qin, if there's a flying sword in the future, you must inform me immediately. Many people fought to please Qin Fen. Qin Fen smiled and said, okay. If there are more flying swords, I will announce it to the whole city. However, the price will not be low in the future. It won't be much different from the market price. People did not care too much about the price. Flying swords were already a treasure in short supply. No matter how high the price was, many people would fight to buy them. By the way, young hero Qin, Saint Medic needs to refine more pills, right? Someone thought of the pills next door. Everyone, don't worry. Recently, the 2 shops under my name will speed up the production of products. When the time comes, I will inform everyone to come and buy them. Of course, today is the opening discount. In the future, the price will return to normal. Okay. Young hero Qin's pills and spiritual weapons are all high grade. It's normal for the price to be higher. The crowd was very excited. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Lin Bei, Lu Jia, and the others were also very excited. Before the opening, everyone was worried about the sales of Saint Medic and Divine Weapon Hole. Now, it seemed that they were too worried. The products in the 2 shops were sold out, and the crowd gradually left. The women started to calculate the sales for the day. In fact, after a busy day, the money they earned from selling the products was about the same as the cost of making those items. However, Qin Feng did not care. His only goal today was to make Saint Medic and Divine Weapon Hall famous. As long as they were famous, making money was only a matter of time. Everyone was busy with the funeral arrangements. Yunzhe had already gone to forge a new batch of spiritual weapons. Hua Tuo started to clean up the empty space in the backyard, preparing to make a large herb garden. At this moment, an old man and a young man walked into Saint Medic. I'm sorry, but the pills are all sold out. Please come back another day. Qin Feng was in Saint Medic, but the 2 people had no intention of leaving. Instead, they walked in front of Qin Feng. The young man was about the same age as Qin Feng. He was dressed in embroidered clothes and had an unruly expression on his face. The old man behind him was dressed in a gray robe and stood with his hands behind his back. Qin Feng secretly glanced at him and felt an incomparably strong pressure. He could not see through the old man's realm at all. You're the shopkeeper of this shop? The young man looked at Qin Feng indifferently. Qin Feng realized that the 2 people had come with ill intentions. That's right, I'm the shopkeeper here. May I know why you're here? Chapter 1529. They were from Treasure Pill Tower's Luo City branch. The young man was called Bian Kuan, the eldest young master of Treasure Pill Tower. The old man was called Bian Wuxing, the chief steward of Treasure Pill Tower. Bian Kuan's tone and attitude were overbearing and fierce, which made Qin Fen unhappy. However, Qin Fen did not act recklessly. Putting aside the fact that Bian Wuxing's cultivation level was completely unfathomable, even that sloppy Bian Kuan was an expert who had stepped into the 9th stage of immortal qi. Oh. Do I need your permission to open a pharmacy in Luo City? Qin Fen was clueless about this matter. Bian Kuan said coldly, Are you really stupid or are you just pretending? Don't tell me you've never heard of Treasure Pill Tower. Treasure Pill Tower is the largest elixir association in the Northern Sands continent. Their branches are protected and restricted. As long as there is a local branch, other pharmacies are not allowed to open. Qin Fen had only been in the Divine Continent for 2 months, so there were many things he did not know. Although he knew about this, he was still unhappy with Bian Kuan's attitude. I'm sorry, but Luo City does not belong to Treasure Pill Tower. My pharmacy will continue to operate, Qin Fen said indifferently. Bien Kun and Bien Wuxing were stunned. They did not expect Qin Fen to reject their request. In fact, many people had opened pharmacies in Luo City in recent years, but after being threatened by Treasure Pill Tower, they were scared witless. Ha! A mere stage 7 immortal Chi Ant dares to be so arrogant. I think you're tired of living. Don't even think of using Luo City to suppress us. Treasure Pill Tower is the Alliance's Chamber of Commerce, our strength is beyond your imagination. Even the mayor of Luo City has to be polite to us. What gives you the confidence to resist this young master? Bien Kun sneered, not putting Qin Fen in his eyes at all. At this time, another group of people came in from outside the door. The first to enter was a tall, burly man. He shouted excitedly at Qin Fen, "Young hero Qin, our Ma family's patriarch is here to see you." Qin Fen recognized this person. He was Ma Zhong, the one who spent the most in St. Medic Hall. He was also the first person to try the quality of St. Medic Hall's pills. The sudden arrival of the Ma family's people stunned Bien Kun and the other man. Their originally cold expressions became even more unsightly. "Oh, it's brother Ma Zhong. Nice to meet you." Qin Feng invited them into the house. Ma Zhong had already seen Bien Kun and Qin Haodong. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Young Master Qin, do you have guests?" Qin Feng acted as if he did not see Bien Kun and Bien Wuxing. "Apart from brother Ma Zhong and the others, I don't have any other guests." Bien Kun and the other man immediately gnashed their teeth in anger. However, when they saw the people of the Ma family, they just stood there without saying a word, as if they were afraid of the Ma family. Ma Zhong ignored the two of them and introduced them to Qin Feng. "Young hero Qin, this is our Ma Shinkong's patriarch." "Patriarch Ma, this is the young hero Qin I told you about." It turned out that after Ma Zhong had bought the pills, he had gone back to report this matter, which had immediately attracted Ma Shinkong's attention. Ma Shinkong immediately called for a few people to rush to the St. Medicine Hall. He wanted to see who the boss behind this medicine hall was. Although Qin Feng hadn't been in Luoyang City for long, he had long since inquired about the family powers here. There were 3 big families in Luoyang City. Among them, the Qi family was the leader, followed by the Ma family and the Bai family. As the second biggest family in Luoyang City, the Ma family was also very powerful. "So it's Patriarch Ma. Nice to meet you." Qin Feng greeted. Ma Shinkong was in his 50s. At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back like a steady mountain. Qin Feng tried to check his realm, but found that this person's aura was deeper and stronger than Bien Wuxing's. It was completely unfathomable. "Young hero Qin, you're welcome. I heard from Ma Zhong that you opened a medicine hall and a weapon shop in Luoyang City, so I came to take a look." Ma Shinkong's voice was loud and clear. Qin Feng said, "Thank you for your concern, Patriarch Ma. I've just arrived in Luoyang City, and I've just opened my shop. I hope Patriarch Ma can take care of me in the future." Seeing that Qin Feng and Ma Shinkong were chatting more and more enthusiastically, Bien Kun and Bien Wuxing's faces darkened with anger. "Qin, hurry up and give me an answer about what I just said. When are you leaving Luoyang City?" Bien Kun suddenly said. He didn't greet Ma Shinkong, as if he didn't see him at all. Ma Shinkong felt suffocated. After all, he was the patriarch of the second biggest family in Luoyang City. He had a high status in Luoyang City, and most people had to greet him respectfully. But the people from the Treasure Pill Pavilion never gave him any face, acting as if they were nothing but arrogant. Before Qin Feng could speak, Ma Shinkong said, "Young hero Qin, are you leaving Luoyang City?" Qin Feng had already seen the bad relationship between Ma Shinkong and Treasure Pill Tower. At this moment, he shook his head and sighed. Patriarch Ma, I've just bought this land from the Qi clan and spent all my savings. If I could stay, I naturally wouldn't want to leave. This time, Ma Xingkong came to discuss something important with Qin Feng. Of course, he didn't want Qin Feng to leave. Young hero Qin, don't worry. Luoyang City is under the control of the three big families. How can some outside forces make decisions? Moreover, young hero Qin bought the land from the Qi clan, so you are protected by the Qi clan. I believe that some people would not dare to act recklessly. There was a hidden meaning in Ma Xingkong's words, but everyone present understood. This time, Qin Feng's heart calmed down. He was not a match for the Bian clan for the time being, but as long as he was given some time to develop, he believed that the Bian clan would not be a threat. Ma Xingkong, what do you mean by this? Do you want to make things difficult for our treasure pill tower? Bian Kun could not hold it in anymore and suddenly roared. He, a junior, was acting so ruthlessly towards Ma Xingkong. Immediately, Ma Xingkong's face turned as cold as frost. Bian Kun, you better know your place, or I won't be polite to you. Ma Xingkong was like an awakened lion. Suddenly, a violent aura shot out from his body. The aura was extremely powerful. It was the first time Qin Feng felt it. It was much more powerful than the immemorial sea. How could Bian Kun withstand Ma Xingkong's anger? He was pushed back by the aura. In the end, if Bian Wuxing did not stop him, this brat would have been pushed out of the door. Bian Wuxing stood in front of Bian Kun, and his body also emitted a violent aura. Instantly, the two auras surged in the room. Even Qin Feng could not withstand it. Humph. A mere third realm Saint King dares to block my power. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. Ma Xingkong was like a lion when he was angry. Bian Kun and Bian Wuxing could not resist at all. Qin Feng was amazed. He did not expect that old man Bian Wuxing was a Saint King realm powerhouse. It was the first time Qin Feng faced such a powerhouse. However, such an untouchable powerhouse was not worth mentioning in Ma Xingkong's eyes. Bian Wuxing only held on for a short while before withdrawing his aura. Young master, let's go. Bian Kun looked unwilling. Although he was a playboy, he also knew how powerful Ma Xingkong was. It was rumored that this person's strength in Luo City was only inferior to the Qi clan's patriarch, Qizang. And there was also a rumor that Qizang had already stepped into the Buddha light realm. Humph. Qin Feng, let's wait and see. Bian Kun felt like he had been slapped in the face. He did not dare to act wildly in front of Ma Xingkong anymore, so he simply scolded Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not care about this at all. After the two left, he cupped his fists to Ma Xingkong and said, "Many thanks for Patriarch Ma's help just now." Ma Xingkong's domineering aura disappeared and was replaced with an amiable and approachable appearance. If others did not say it, ordinary people would not be able to see that he was the patriarch of the Ma family. Young hero Qin need not be so polite. I have never seen people take advantage of their power to bully others. Ma Xingkong paused for a moment before continuing, however, you should be careful of the Bian family in the future. As one of the branches of Treasure Pill Pavilion, their power is not small. They have many Saint King realm masters. Qin Feng asked in confusion, I can see that Patriarch Ma does not have a good impression of Treasure Pill Pavilion. Why don't you let them leave Luo City? Luo City was controlled by the Qi family, Ma family, and by family, so it stood to reason that the three patriarchs were the bosses here. Young hero Qin's thinking is too simple. If it was just the Bian family, we would naturally not put them in our eyes. But they have the name of the Treasure Pill Pavilion, and with such a powerful backer, our three major clans are nothing to them. Qin Feng listened to Ma Xingkong's explanation and couldn't help feeling surprised. In his opinion, Ma Xingkong's cultivation was already extremely high, and the Qi family's patriarch was rumored to have stepped into the Buddha light boundary, but even the alliance of these masters had to fear Treasure Pill Pavilion's headquarters. This showed just how powerful Treasure Pill Pavilion was in the northern Sand Continent. After the two chatted for a while, Ma Xingkong went straight to the point. Young hero Qin, I came here this time to discuss something with you. Qin Feng said, Patriarch Ma can speak freely. If I can, I will definitely help Patriarch Ma. Seeing Qin Feng act so forthright, Ma Xingkong nodded with satisfaction. He was also a straightforward person and liked to deal with straightforward people. I have seen the pills produced by your Saint Medicine Hall, all of them are of top-grade quality. Also, the weapons of your Divine Weapon Hall are excellent. I wonder who made these pills and spirit artifacts. Ma Xingkong had come here precisely because of these pills and spirit artifacts. But seeing Qin Feng's young age, he didn't think that these pills and spirit artifacts were made by Qin Feng. He felt that there must be an expert behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng saw through Ma Xingkong's thoughts and said, to be honest, Patriarch Ma, both the Saint Medicine Hall and the Divine Weapon Hall were founded by me. Most of the items sold here are also made by me. However, the rejuvenating pill and the flying sword that were given out earlier were made by my master. Ma Xingkong's expression changed, and he asked excitedly, may I know young hero Qin's master's name? In the Divine Supreme Continent, alchemists and blacksmiths were extremely rare, especially high-ranked alchemists and blacksmiths. But the rejuvenating pill was a 6th-grade gold pill, and the flying sword was an extraordinary spirit artifact. It was no wonder that Ma Xingkong was so excited. It wasn't that Qin Feng didn't know much about the situation in the Divine Supreme Continent, but from Ma Xingkong's reaction, he could guess a thing or two. Chapter 1530. Qin Feng pretended to be calm and said, my apologies, Patriarch Ma. Master doesn't allow me to reveal his name. Ma Xingkong seemed to have guessed this and said nonchalantly, of course, of course. When will your master be able to forge flying swords and 6th-grade golden cores? Our Ma family can work with your Saint Medic and Divine Armament Hall for a long term. In the future, all the high-grade goods you forge will be ours. The price is negotiable. Qin Feng thought about it. He had no one to rely on in Luo City. If he wanted to continue operating the Saint Medic and Divine Armament Hall, he needed to rope in some forces. Now that the Treasure Pill Pavilion had a feud with him, he could consider getting closer to the Ma family. Master is busy with cultivation. Alchemy and smithing are secondary, but I do know how to refine some pills and spiritual tools. Ma Xingkong's eyes flashed with disappointment. He was mainly interested in Qin Feng's master. Qin Feng looked so young, so Ma Xingkong didn't think he could refine anything powerful. But out of politeness, Ma Xingkong asked, may I know what rank alchemist young hero Qin is? And what level of refiner is he? Qin Feng smiled and said, I can refine all medicinal pills below grade 6 golden core, and I can forge all spirit weapons below grade pink. These words shocked Ma Xingkong. As for some of the Ma family's followers, they couldn't help but cry out. Alchemists and blacksmiths were rare existences on the Divine Continent. On the other hand, Qin Feng was an alchemist and a blacksmith. Moreover, his rank was very high. Everyone in the Ma family was confused. With Qin Feng's identity, even peak Immortal Qi realm experts and Saint King realm experts would have to curry favor with him. But none of them had heard of Qin Feng's name, let alone the Saint Medic Hall or the Divine Armament Hall. Good, good. Young hero Qin, our Ma family is willing to work with you in the long term. What do you think? Ma Xingkong was excited. He didn't expect Qin Feng to be so good at alchemy and smithing at such a young age. Qin Feng naturally agreed. Ma Xinkong invited Qin Feng to the Ma Manor to discuss future cooperation. When Qin Feng approached the Ma Manor, he was shocked by the magnificence of the place. It felt like the ancient palaces he saw on TV. The Ma family was huge and had many disciples. It was even more magnificent than the Hunyuan sect that Qin Feng stayed in not long ago. Under Ma Xinkong's lead, all the disciples along the way greeted him respectfully. Finally, the group arrived at the Ma family's main residence. Ma Zhong and the others stopped at the door. Only Ma Xinkong and Qin Feng entered the house. Young hero Qin, how many fourth-grade spirit pills can your pharmacy produce every month? Can I order some spirit pills? Ma Xinkong was indeed a straightforward person. He went straight to the point as soon as he entered the room. As long as it's a pill of the 5th grade or below, I can refine it with an 80% success rate. Of course, if Patriarch Ma can provide the medicinal ingredients for refining the pills, I can lower the price a little. Qin Feng could now refine Tier 7 Imperial pills. As for pills below Tier 5, his success rate was as high as 100%. However, in order to be conservative, he deliberately lowered the level of what he said to Ma Xinkong. But even so, Ma Xinkong was shocked. Young hero Qin is really a genius in alchemy. To Qin Feng was. And Qin lacked. Master. Qin Feng was short of these things. Working with the Ma family was a complementary resource. Patriarch Ma, how about this? 50% of the medicinal pills and spirit weapons produced by the Saint Medic Hall and the Divine Armament Hall will be sold to the Ma clan while the rest will be sold to other customers. Qin Feng brought up the details. Ma Xinkong didn't mind. He felt that Qin Feng was a straightforward person. The cooperation went smoothly. Ma Xinkong asked Qin Feng to stay for dinner. When the Ma family found out that the master was hosting a banquet, they were curious about the guest's identity. However, when Qin Feng left, many people saw him. Seeing that he was young and unfamiliar, the entire Ma family was at a loss. The opening of the Divine Weapon Hall in Saint Medic was a success. Everyone in Luoyang City was talking about Qin Feng's 2 shops. In the next few days, many disciples came to see if there were new goods. The endless stream of customers made the other shops envious. On the second day after Qin Feng returned, Ma Zhong represented the Ma family and shipped a large amount of precious herbs and materials for refining weapons. At the same time, Ma Zhong gave Qin Feng 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones. The Ma family's straightforward personality could be seen from this. Qin Feng looked at the herbs the Ma family sent. He was excited. There were many precious immortal herbs and spirit herbs. Qin Feng couldn't get his hands on them. Now, Qin Feng was completely capable of concocting a Tier 7 king pill. However, he lacked the medicinal ingredients to do so. Now that he had these herbs, his problems were solved. In the next week, Qin Feng went into seclusion to refine pills. He worked hard day and night, refining all of the most precious medicinal ingredients, but the results were also very rich. Qin Feng refined 8 different grade 7 king pills and more than 10 grade 6 golden pills. As for 5th grade spirit pills and below, there were simply too many to count. Qin Feng didn't stop after refining the pills. He used them to break through to the next level. Among them, the most common pill was the Juxing pill. Back when Qin Feng had eaten the Juxing pill for the first time on the Celestial Fox Mountain, he had broken through to the 4th stage of immortal Qi. Now, the Juxing pill was nothing to him. He swallowed it like a grain of rice. However, what made Qin Feng depressed was that although he had refined many Tier 6 golden pills and Tier 7 imperial pills, they were all supplementary pills similar to the rejuvenation pill. There were very few pills that could help him break through, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. With the help of the pills, Qin Feng broke through quickly. When he retracted his aura and opened his eyes, he was shocked to find that he had stepped into the middle stage of the 9th stage of immortal qi. He was only one step away from the late stage. He was overjoyed. He walked out of his room. When he arrived at St. Medic, he heard a clamor. "Where's that Qin brat? Are you hiding like a tortoise?" Bien Kun stood in the middle of the room with a wooden fan in his hand. He looked arrogant and unruly. There were 2 lackeys behind him. Bien Wuxing, who appeared that day, didn't come today. Han Ying and the other girls were in St. Medic. They knew that Bien Kun was here to cause trouble. Lu Jia and Longhair stood opposite Bien Kun and glared at him coldly. "Who are you? Why are you looking for our young master Qin?" Lu Jia shouted. Chapter 1531. Lu Jia's face turned even colder, and he clenched his fists tightly. However, none of them exploded. After all, they had just arrived at Luoyang City and hadn't established themselves yet. They didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Young Master Qin is very busy. How could he just casually meet some random person? If there's nothing else, hurry up and leave. Lu Jia didn't give Bien Kun any face. Bien Kun's face darkened. He was the young master of Treasure Pill Tower's Luoyang City branch. When had he ever been driven away? Humph. I must see Qin Feng today. I'll demand an explanation from him. Qin Feng walked out when he heard this. He knew Lu Jia and the others couldn't deal with Bien Kun. "Why are you looking for me?" Qin Feng's face was indifferent. When Bien Kun saw him walk over, a vague evil smile flashed in the depths of his eyes. His expression darkened as he said, "You, Qin Feng. Not only did you open a pharmacy in Luoyang City, but you even dare to sell fake medicine. A few days ago, I ate the white phoenix pills you bought from your pharmacy. Recently, I've been having diarrhea and even my cultivation has been delayed. How are you going to compensate me?" Qin Feng understood Bien Kun's words. This guy was here to cause trouble. Lu Jia and the others couldn't hold it in anymore. They wanted to teach Bien Kun a lesson, but Qin Feng stopped them. He knew Lu Jia and the others were no match for Bien Kun. "You bought our St. Medic's white phoenix pill. Please show me the proof of purchase." All the pills produced by the St. Medic had a proof of purchase. It was to guard against people like Bien Kun who were looking for trouble. Bien Kun was speechless. He hesitated for a long time but couldn't produce the proof. On the other hand, the 4 lackeys who came with him started to make a ruckus. "Brat, you dare to question our young Master Kun's words. Young Master Kun has always been a man of his words. Why do you have to frame a small pharmacy? I can prove that young Master Kun ate your white phoenix pill. As for the proof, young Master Kun lost it a long time ago. Who would carry that thing on their body? I think your Saint Medic wants to act shamelessly. If we don't compensate young Master Kun for his mental damage and cultivation delay today, believe it or not, we'll tear down your shop." Each of the 4 lackeys was fiercer than the last. One of them even pulled out an axe from his waist, looking like he was really going to smash the place. At this moment, there were still quite a number of customers in the house who were buying elixirs. When they saw this scene, they all crowded around to watch the show. Holy shit, is the Saint Medic really selling fake medicine? Then I want to return these pills. Do you have a brain? It was obvious that the other party was deliberately looking for trouble with young hero Qin. The leader is the young master of the Treasure Pill Pavilion, Bien Kun. He's usually arrogant and overbearing. Do you believe his words? Sigh. Young hero Qin was a good person, and the quality of St. Medicinal Hall's pills was also excellent. I'm so unlucky to run into a young thug like Bien Kun. Everyone discussed, but they all suppressed their voices, afraid that Bien Kun would hear them and anger that young thug. However, Bien Kun still heard some fragmented voices, which immediately enraged him. What are you idiots babbling about? This pharmacy is selling fake medicine. Hurry up and get out. Seeing that young Master Kun was angry, the 4 lackeys immediately started shouting. Didn't you hear what young Master Kun said? Hurry up and scram. This place is going to be destroyed in a while. Those who don't want to be accidentally injured, continue to stay. The few of them completely exposed their true colors. Many cowardly people immediately fled the St. Medic Hall. Qin Feng's eyes flashed coldly when he saw that his originally good business was ruined by Bien Kun. Everyone leave, I have some private matters to take care of, Qin Feng said to the people who hadn't left. These people who hadn't left quite admired Qin Feng's character. They all knew that Bien Kun was powerful and overbearing. If everyone left, Bien Kun would definitely deal with Qin Feng. Young hero Qin will just stay here. I don't believe that they really dare to act recklessly. A bold and muscular man expressed his stance. Qin Feng's heart warmed. He looked at everyone gratefully and said, I, Qin Feng, appreciate everyone's good intentions. However, I'm not a pushover. Everyone, please leave first. I can take care of this matter myself. Bien Kun's actions had completely enraged Qin Feng. He had just broken through to the middle stage of Stage 9 Immortal Qi, so he could use Bien Kun as a practice target. However, Bien Kun was the young master of Treasure Pill Pavilion. When he beat him up, he couldn't leave any evidence behind. Under Qin Feng's persuasion, the crowd had no choice but to leave. Soon, only Qin Feng's group and Bien Kun's group of 5 were left in the St. Medic Hall. Boss, should we close the door and beat the dogs? Lu Jia looked at Qin Feng expectantly. He had long wanted to beat Bien Kun's group. Of course, Qin Feng wanted to take care of Bien Kun. However, he knew that Lu Jia and the others were no match for Bien Kun. He said to everyone, you guys leave as well. Lu Jia was stunned. Boss, there are too many of them. What will you do if we leave? The women had already come to Qin Feng's side. They looked at him worriedly. Half a month ago, Qin Feng really wasn't a match for Bien Kun. However, now, he didn't care about Bien Kun at all. Leave through the back door. Guard the surroundings. Don't let anyone in. Qin Feng's tone was unquestionable. Everyone realized that they couldn't change Qin Feng's decision. They could only leave. Now, only Qin Feng, Bien Kun, and the others were left in the huge St. Medic Hall. Ha! Young Master Kun, this brat is too confident. He wants to fight against the 5 of us alone. I don't think he plans to fight at all. He wants to kneel and beg for mercy. That's why he chased everyone away. Otherwise, he will lose face. Ha! That must be it. As soon as Lu Jia and the others left, the 4 lackeys jumped up. Bien Kun didn't care about Qin Feng at all. Half a month ago, he could tell that Qin Feng was only a Stage 7 immortal. He would never have thought that Qin Feng was already a Stage 9 immortal now. Qin, this is the consequence of offending me, young Master Kun. Bien Kun stared at Qin Feng arrogantly. Don't think that the Bien family is afraid of you just because you have the Ma family as your backing. As long as you don't leave Luoyang City, I will come to your St. Medic Hall every day to cause trouble. Let's see how you can do business then. Oh. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to come here every day from now on. Qin Feng suddenly smiled. Bien Kun and the others were stunned. They clearly didn't understand what Qin Feng meant. The 4 lackeys ran out of patience. They suddenly pulled out their weapons and pounced at Qin Feng. "You idiot, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? I will teach you a lesson." Bang! A muffled sound suddenly rang out. The burly man who had charged at Qin Feng first was already sent flying. The other 3 were stunned. They didn't even understand what was going on. They realized that one of their companions was lying on the ground just like that. "Stinking brat, you still dare to sneak an attack? Brothers, let's attack together and kill this reckless thing." After a short daze, the 3 lackeys regained their cool. They still didn't realize the danger and naively thought that Qin Feng had played some tricks. The 3 of them were all stage 6 immortal. If they joined forces, they could even defeat a stage 7 immortal. However, before they could even get close to Qin Feng, 3 loud sounds rang out at the same time. The 3 of them were already lying in a corner. In a few breaths, Qin Feng had defeated 4 stage 6 immortal experts. This scene made Bian Kuen's playful expression turn serious. "You broke through recently, brat. It's too late for you to realize it now." Bian Kuen suddenly laughed. "Ha! So what if you broke through to stage 8 immortal? I stepped into the early stage of stage 9 long ago. I can kill an ant like you with one slap." Qin Feng laughed coldly. "Kill me with one slap? Why don't you try?" Bian Kuen didn't think that Qin Feng could still laugh in the face of death. This made him very unhappy. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. With a low roar, he swung his fist. Rumble! The moment he punched, a huge hole appeared in the air. The originally peaceful room was suddenly filled with a huge gust of wind. It was as if the roof was going to collapse. A playful smile appeared on Bian Kuen's face. It was as if he could see Qin Feng exploding into flesh and blood under his punch. But the next moment, the smile on his face froze. Qin Feng casually swung his palm and easily blocked the power of his punch. Rumble! Not only did the palm dissipate the fist wind, but it also landed on Bian Kuen. Bian Kuen dodged in time. In the end, he missed and left a palm print on the wall. Bian Kuen's expression changed greatly. He no longer looked arrogant. He stared at Qin Feng as if he had met his greatest enemy. You actually broke through to the early stage of stage 9. It's only been half a month. How did you do it?" Bian Kuen was stunned by Qin Feng's rocket-like breakthrough speed. Qin Feng laughed coldly. "Who said I'm at the early stage of stage 9? You're thinking too much." Bian Kuen heaved a sigh of relief. He realized that he was really thinking too much. In the vast northern sand region, even a genius cultivator couldn't break through 2 levels in half a month. Qin Feng looked very ordinary. It was even more impossible for him to achieve such a miracle. But just as he relaxed, he heard Qin Feng continue. "I've already stepped into the middle stage of stage 9, phew." Bian Kuen was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Jumped from stage 7 to the middle stage of stage 9 in half a month. Why didn't you brag more? But when Bian Kuen sensed the aura released from Qin Feng's body, his eyes fell to the ground. This person had really stepped into the middle stage of stage 9. Rumble! Qin Feng stood where he was and casually struck out with his palm. With a loud sound, Bian Kuen didn't even have the space to dodge. He fell into the corner of the wall, and the 2 sides of the wall caved in. Qin Feng leaped lightly and arrived in front of Bian Kuen in a breath. He stood upright and looked down at Bian Kuen, who was sitting in the corner, as if he was looking at an ant. What do you want?" "I'm warning you, I'm the young master of the Bian family. If you dare to kill me, the Bian family won't let you off." Bien Kun said ruthlessly while trembling. He never thought that he would be defeated by Qin Feng. Bien Kun had seen that Qin Feng was only at stage 7, so he didn't bring Bien Wuxing with him to cause trouble. Chapter 1532. Qin Feng spared Bien Kun's life, but that didn't mean he would let the kid off easily. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Qin Feng's foot landed on Bien Kun's left leg, breaking it. Ouch! The room was filled with Bien Kun's screams. The 4 lackeys were dumbfounded. They looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Was this guy tired of living? Surnamed Qin Brat, you dare to break my leg? I'll make you suffer. Bien Kun's veins bulged on his forehead. He glared at Qin Feng and roared. Qin Feng stomped again before he could finish his sentence. Crack! Bien Kun's other leg was also broken with a clean and efficient stomp. The pain made Bien Kun sweat profusely. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent, as if nothing had happened. The 4 lackeys trembled at the sight of Qin Feng's ruthlessness. I've said it before. You won't have the chance to come here every day. You'll be bedridden for the rest of your life. Qin Feng's cold voice seemed to come from hell. Bien Kun didn't dare to say anything else. He had witnessed Qin Feng's ruthlessness. Qin Feng was even colder than him. However, Bien Kun's eyes were filled with hatred. He wouldn't let Qin Feng off so easily. Qin Feng knew what Bien Kun was thinking. However, he wasn't worried about what would happen next. He said indifferently, "This is just a small lesson. If you dare cause trouble in Saint Medic and Divine Weapon Hall again, I'll make you disappear from the Divine Continent." Bien Kun was carried out of Saint Medic by his lackeys. The 4 of them still felt like they were dreaming when they walked out of Saint Medic's door. "Young Master Kun, are you all right?" The 4 lackeys were scared out of their wits. Bien Kun followed them out and had his legs broken. How were they going to explain this to the Bien family? Bien Kun had been suppressing a bellyful of anger for a long time, and now he vented it on his 4 lackeys. "My legs are broken, and you tell me if I'll be okay? You bunch of trash. You can't even take one move from that kid. What's the use of keeping you?" The 4 little brothers were scolded harshly, but they didn't have any temper at all. They even nodded to please Bien Kun. After cursing for a while, Bien Kun finally calmed down a little. He said with a murderous look in his eyes, "Take me back quickly. I want my father to kill that bastard Qin." When the Saint Medic Hall reopened, Lu Jia and the others immediately rushed over. When everyone saw that Qin Feng was unscathed, they were curious, but at the same time, they relaxed. But not long after, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. "Boss, it's not good. There are more than 30 people outside. They're all wearing the same uniform. It seems like they're from the Bien family." Lu Jia rushed back in a hurry, and everyone became nervous. After Qin Feng violently beat up Bien Kun, he didn't explain the situation to everyone. Lu Jia and the others had thought that the matter was over. Who would have thought that the other party would bring people to cause trouble so quickly? "Lu Jia, you hold big brother Qin back for now. I'll go get everyone inside." Yunze anxiously wanted to run to the backyard but was stopped by Qin Feng. "No need to call people. You guys go back as well. I'll handle this alone." Everyone looked at Qin Feng worriedly. The people from the Treasure Pill Pavilion were almost at the door. The other party was led by a middle-aged man in his 40s. He walked like a tiger and his cultivation was impossible to see. And there were more than 30 experts behind him. How could Qin Feng be a match for them alone? "Boss," Lu Jia and the others wanted to say something, but Qin Feng interrupted them and quickly said, "Go to the inner court and wait." No one is allowed to come out without my order. Everyone was full of unwillingness, but they could only sigh and return to the backyard. As soon as they left, the people from the Treasure Pill Pavilion arrived at the door. Which bastard ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall? He even dared to attack my Bien Xionghu's only son. Hurry up and come out to die. The man in the lead turned out to be Bien Kuen's father, Bien Xionghu. He was also the current patriarch of the Bien family. His entrance was so domineering that the crowd in the surroundings was alarmed by his words. Many people came to watch. It would be a lie if Qin Feng didn't feel nervous facing more than 30 experts alone. But he maintained an indifferent expression and looked at Bien Xionghu. Did you come to the wrong place? My St. Medic Hall is a place that sells elixirs. There has never been a fight here. Suddenly, 4 figures jumped out of the Bien family's crowd. All of them had bloody noses and swollen faces as if they had just been beaten. They were the 4 lackeys that Bien Kuen had brought with him. The 4 of them didn't even dare to fart because of Qin Fang's domineering aura. But now that they had Bien Xionghu's support, they immediately jumped up. Surnamed Qin, you beat up our young Master Kuen and you still dare to quibble. At that time, the 4 of us came with young Master Kuen to buy elixirs from your shop. But you broke young Master Kuen's legs without saying anything and beat us up. You're really arrogant. Family head Bien, it's this brat. He saw your power and was so scared that he didn't dare to admit the truth. The 4 lackeys inverted right and wrong, pushing all the blame to Qin Feng. Bien Xionghu's eyes were cold. If looks could kill, Qin Feng would have died long ago. You're just a stage 9 immortal Qi. How dare you attack my son? Who gave you the guts? Bien Xionghu didn't attack directly. As the family head, his thoughts and actions were much more conservative than Bien Kuen's. Since Qin Feng dared to be so ruthless, it was obvious that he had something to rely on. Many of the onlookers were secretly shocked and they heard that a stage 9 immortal Qi was called an ant. Someone else was suddenly puzzled. If they remembered correctly, wasn't young hero Qin only at the 7th stage of immortal energy half a month ago? How did he suddenly become a stage 9 immortal Qi? I've already said that I never attacked your son. You must have come to the wrong place. Qin Feng didn't admit it. The reason why he asked everyone to leave was so that he wouldn't leave any evidence after beating up Bien Kuen. The 4 lackeys were furious. Bien Xionghu shouted coldly, you still dare to quibble. The Bien family's disciples all saw it. Qin Feng said disapprovingly, those 4 are from the Bien family. Of course they're speaking up for the Bien family. Their words can't prove anything. Unless there's an outsider who can prove that I attacked him, you're all slandering me. Bien Xionghu's face darkened. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was sure that Bien Kuen was injured by Qin Feng. But looking at Qin Feng's expression, it was as if the Bien family had wrongly accused him. Bien Xionghu's patience was exhausted. He was the dignified family head and a stage 7 Saint King. How could he allow an immortal Qi realm ant to behave atrociously in front of him? But before he could attack, a deep voice came from not far away. It's so lively here. What happened? The crowd instinctively opened up a path. Everyone looked nervous. When Bien Xionghu saw who it was, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. But he quickly smiled and walked up. So it's family head Ma. There's nothing big here. Family head Ma is usually very busy. You don't have to pay attention to this. When the 2 family heads stood face to face, the crowd was shocked. Both of them were venerables who had stepped into the Saint King realm. Rumor had it that family head Ma Shinkong was only 1 step away from the Buddha light realm. Ma Xingkong ignored Bian Xionghu's words and walked to Qin Feng's side. Brother Qin, are you all right? The crowd was shocked by this scene. The last time Ma Xingkong came to the Saint Medic Hall to look for Qin Feng, everyone had left after buying their elixirs and weapons. Therefore, the people of Luo City did not know about the relationship between Qin Feng and Ma Xingkong. Now that family head Ma actually took the initiative to greet Qin Feng, many people were envious. Hee hee. I've troubled Big Brother Ma. I was just doing my business here. Who would have thought that the Bian family's family head of Treasure Pill Tower would come to my door and say that I beat up his only son? He's completely slandering me. Qin Feng's acting skills were top-notch. When he was in China's secular world, he had even played the role of a superstar. Bian Xionghu was about to explode. If he was not worried about Ma Xingkong's strength, he would have killed Qin Feng with a single slap. Brat, you say that I'm slandering you. You obviously don't dare to admit it. Ma Xingkong was specially invited by Qin Feng. After dealing with Bian Kun, Qin Feng had guessed that the Bian family would come to ask for an explanation. Ma Xingkong had long been dissatisfied with the Bian family. He did not care whether the matter was right or wrong. Obviously, he was on Qin Feng's side. Family head Bian, Luo City is the territory of me, the Qi family, and the Bai family. We three families have always been reasonable. You said that Qin Feng hurt your son. Did anyone see it? Ma Xingkong looked at Bian Xionghu indifferently. Bian Xionghu shouted, of course someone saw it. You four, quickly tell family head Ma about the situation. Bian Kun's four lackeys immediately jumped out, but before they could speak, Ma Xingkong interrupted, you want to ask the Bian family to prove it? Then they will definitely speak up for the Bian family. Bian Xionghu's face gradually became cold. He had heard from Bian Wuxing a few days ago that Ma Xingkong had helped Qin Feng. He thought that Ma Xingkong just stood up and said a few words casually, but now it seemed that the relationship between them was not that simple. Family head Ma, do you mean to let Qin Feng go? Bian Xionghu said coldly. Brother Qin did nothing wrong. Why do the Bian family have to target him? I think this matter should end here. Bullshit. Unexpectedly, Bian Xionghu suddenly became furious. He interrupted Ma Xingkong and shouted, surnamed Ma, don't think that I am afraid of you just because your realm is slightly higher than mine. Our Bian family also has a peak Saint King. What's more, the Bian family is the branch of the Treasure Elixir Tower in Luo City. If you insist on helping that kid, don't blame the Bian family for falling out with the Ma family. The atmosphere suddenly froze, and the group of people who were watching the show were scared to death. Even Ma Xingkong did not expect Bian Xionghu to be so strong. If both sides really wanted to fight to the death, it would be very serious. While both sides were in a deadlock, a sudden scream came from the crowd. Family head Qi is here, what? Family head Qi Tsang is here. I have lived in Luo City for more than 3 years, but I have never seen family head Qi's face. Chapter 1533. Following the screams, the entire crowd was shocked. Luoyang City was controlled by 3 major families, and the Qi family was ranked first. Rumor had it that the Qi family's patriarch, Qi Tsang, had already stepped into the Buddha light realm. Such an immortal venerable had always been elusive. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative to appear today. Ma Xingkong and Bian Xionghu were stunned and looked to the side with uncertain expressions. A total of 5 people came, and Qi Tsang was at the front. His white robe fluttered, and his aura was as calm as the sea. Qin Feng had long heard of Qi Tsang's deeds. This person was already in his 60s, but he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. Patriarch Qi. As soon as Cheat Song came over, the crowd came back to their senses and greeted him. Cheat Song didn't look at those people, but he nodded slightly in response. When he came to Chin Fong and the others, he said to Ma Shinkong, "Patriarch Ma is also here." What happened? Looking at Cheat Song's reaction, it seemed that it wasn't Ma Shinkong who called him. He didn't greet Bien Xionghu, as if this person didn't exist at all. "Patriarch Chi, it's not a big deal," Ma Shinkong was puzzled. He didn't understand why Cheat Song suddenly came. He wondered if it was Chin Fong who called him. But he immediately denied this idea. How could Chin Fong invite Cheat Song? The Bien family is making trouble out of nothing. I can't stand it, so I stood up to uphold justice. Ma Shinkong briefly explained the situation. Cheat Song then looked at Bien Xionghu, who was standing to the side with a cold face. "Oh. So Patriarch Bien is also here. Why don't you look good?" Cheat Song said with a smile. Bien Xionghu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but in front of Cheat Song, he didn't dare to act recklessly. If it was Ma Shinkong, he could barely deal with him, but Cheat Song was rumored to have stepped into the Buddhalite realm. He could slap him to death with one slap. "Patriarch Chi, this Chin brat broke my only son's legs. I hope Patriarch Chi can help us seek justice." When Bien Xionghu mentioned Treasure Pill Tower, he deliberately emphasized his tone, secretly putting pressure on Cheat Song. How could Cheat Song not hear it? His expression didn't change at all. "Someone dares to cause trouble in Woyang City? Then I will definitely take care of it." Seeing Cheat Song's attitude, Bien Xionghu's heart was a little excited, but he heard Ma Shinkong say, "Master Chi, I have investigated this matter clearly. It was the Bien family who made trouble. They said that young hero Chin made trouble, but they couldn't produce any evidence. I suspect that the Treasure Pill Pavilion saw that the St. Medic Hall stole their business and deliberately came to cause trouble." Bien Xionghu was almost angered to death by Ma Shinkong, but now that Cheat Song was here, no one dared to act recklessly. "Patriarch Bien, is what Patriarch Ma said true?" Cheat Song looked at Bien Xionghu and asked. "That guy with the surname Ma is talking nonsense. He's in cahoots with Chin Fong," Bien Xionghu yelled. Ma Shinkong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was about to speak when Cheat Song waved his hand and interrupted him. "Since you say Patriarch Ma is slandering you, then show me the evidence that Chin Fong interrupted your son. I'll punish Chin Fong and Ma Shinkong on your behalf." Cheat Song's words caused the crowd to cry out in alarm. Everyone had thought that he would help Ma Shinkong and Chin Fong, but from the looks of the situation, it didn't seem like that was the case. Ma Shinkong was also somewhat confused, so he could only stand to the side and sulk. Chin Fong, on the other hand, was nervous. If Cheat Song was really in cahoots with Bien Xionghu, then he, Lu Jia, and the others would all be finished. Bien Xionghu said excitedly, "Of course there is evidence. My son's 4 subordinates were present at the time, and the injuries on their bodies were also caused by Chin Fong." With that, the 4 lackeys stood up. However, they didn't dare to jump around in front of Cheat Song. They just respectfully recounted the situation at the time. After listening, Cheat Song nodded and said, "Patriarch Bien, is this the evidence? Then I'll announce the results." Bien Xionghu thought that Cheat Song was going to start severely punishing Chin Fong and Ma Shinkong, so he shouted excitedly, "Good. Thank you, Patriarch Chi." Cheat Song's face suddenly turned cold, and he shouted at Bien Xionghu, "Your Bien family's evidence is not enough to prove that Chin Fong beat people, and Chin Feng's land was purchased from my Chi Hall, and is under the protection of my Chi family. Treasure Pill Pavilion has come to disturb the business of St. Medic Hall several times. Are you not putting my Chi family in your eyes? Patriarch Bien, are you provoking my dignity?" Chi-Tsang's attitude directly made everyone dumbfounded. Bien Xionghu was also stunned on the spot. There was a proud look on his face, waiting for Qin Feng and Ma Xingkong to be taught a lesson, but in the end, this was the result. Patriarch Qi, what do you mean by this? Bien Xionghu's face turned cold. Chi-Tsang was not afraid at all, and a majestic aura surged out of his body, suppressing the crowd to instinctively take a few steps back. Patriarch Bien, are you not satisfied with the results of my handling? Chi-Tsang's voice was as cold as frost. Bien Xionghu stood in front of Chi-Tsang and felt a strong threat. Although he was full of anger, he finally calmed down. If he really shed all pretense of cordiality with Chi-Tsang, then the Bien family would definitely be finished. He. Patriarch Qi misunderstood. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Bien Xionghu flicked his sleeves and left with a group of Bien family members. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Chi-Tsang was worthy of being the strongest person in Luo City. His dignity was untouchable. The good show was over, and no one dared to stay and left the place. Chi-Tsang stood at the entrance of the St. Medic Hall, not in a hurry to leave. Patriarch Ma, I have something to discuss with Qin Feng. You can go back first. Chi-Tsang spoke. Ma Xingkong and Qin Feng were both stunned. They didn't know what Chi-Tsang was selling. Okay, then Patriarch Qi and young hero Qin, take your time. Ma Xingkong also left with the crowd. Although he didn't understand Chi-Tsang's thoughts, he was sure that Chi-Tsang had no malice towards Qin Feng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped Qin Feng resolve the conflict with the Bien family. Chi-Tsang and Qin Feng walked into the St. Medic Hall. The people from the Qi family stood outside the door and did not enter. I wonder why Patriarch Qi is looking for me. Qin Feng felt pressured facing Chi-Tsang alone. This was a powerful person who had stepped into the Buddha light realm. Chi-Tsang sat on a stone chair and said with a friendly and easygoing look, young hero Qin, don't be nervous. I'm looking for you to talk about cooperation. Qin Feng calmed down a little and sat opposite Chi-Tsang. Patriarch Qi, please speak. I've long heard about your St. Medic Hall and the Divine Weapon Hall, but I was in seclusion to break through and didn't have time to come. I heard that you have a master who can refine 6th grade golden pills and flying swords. Qin Feng had a general understanding of Chi-Tsang's intentions. In fact, his intentions were the same as Ma Xingkong's. Qin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. He knew that alchemists and blacksmiths were very precious, but now it seemed that they were much more precious than he had imagined. Even a Buddha Light Realm powerhouse personally came to visit. I won't hide it from Patriarch Qi. I do have a very powerful master, Qin Feng said mysteriously. Chi-Tsang's eyes flashed imperceptibly. He said indifferently, oh. What level of alchemist is your master? And what level of blacksmith is he? Information about my master is a sect secret. But since Patriarch Qi asked me personally, I can't hide it. I can refine 7th grade golden pills. As for spirit weapons, rare pink ones are not a problem. Qin Feng didn't hide his strength anymore. Now, he could refine most 7th grade golden pills and pink spirit weapons. Chi-Tsang wanted to be very calm, but after hearing this, he jumped up from the stone chair. What? Your master is a pill king. Qin Feng was shocked by Chi-Tsang's reaction. He didn't know much about the alchemist ranks in the Divine Continent. What did Chi-Tsang mean by a pill king? Fortunately, Chi-Tsang continued, to be able to refine 7th grade golden pills, he must be a pill king. Young hero Qin, may I know where your master is now? I want to see him. Qin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Patriarch Qi, let alone you, even I can't see my master at will. He travels all year round and is very secretive. Every time, he takes the initiative to find me. Otherwise, no one knows where he is. Qizong didn't doubt Qin Feng's words. The more powerful a senior was, the harder it was to find him. Even he didn't show his face often, let alone a pill king. Young hero Qin, the next time your master finds you, can you take me to see him? Qizong asked expectantly. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed. How could he have a master? It was just a cover he made up. I'm sorry, Patriarch Qi, but my master never sees outsiders. If Patriarch Qi wants to refine any pills or spirit weapons, why don't you tell me? I'll ask my master to refine them later. Qizong was somewhat disappointed, but he knew that this kind of thing couldn't be forced. All right. Actually, I want some golden saint pills. Your master can definitely refine them. Qizong said. Qin Feng knew about the golden saint pill. It was a 6th grade golden pill. It was a supplementary pill needed by a peak immortal Qi boundary 9th stage cultivator to break through to the Saint King stage. Now that Qin Feng was about to break through to the Saint King stage, he needed this kind of pill. However, the herbs needed to refine the golden saint pill were very precious. Even the Ma family couldn't provide them. Patriarch Qi, the golden saint pill is not a problem for my master. It's just that the refining materials are difficult to find. Halfway through Qin Feng's words, Qizong quickly laughed and said, hee hee. Young hero Qin, rest assured, our Qi family will provide all the refining materials. When the time comes, the Qi family will give your master a generous reward. We won't let you suffer a loss. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He planned to refine a batch of golden saint pills for himself after getting the materials. In any case, different alchemists produce different quantities of pills, and Qin Feng's quantity had always been very high. In that case, there's no problem. Qin Feng smiled. Seeing that the cooperation was so easy to settle, Qizong was also very excited. He hesitated for a moment before saying, young hero Qin, the golden saint pill is actually not my main purpose for coming here. I want your master to help me refine an energy transformation pill. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. He quickly found the introduction of the energy transformation pill in the system. This was a 7th grade pill king quality pill. It was mainly used to help Peak Saint King break through to the Buddha's light realm. Qin Feng thought that Qizong had already stepped into the Buddha's light realm. Why did he look like he urgently needed the energy transformation pill? Bookmark easy to read. Chapter 1534. Qin Feng quickly understood and asked tentatively, Patriarch Qi, could it be that you... Before he could finish, Qizong smiled bitterly and said, I won't hide it from young hero Qin. What you've heard is just a rumor. I've been stuck at the peak of the 9th realm for many years and I still can't break through to the Buddha light stage. That's why I've been wandering around looking for a pill king these years, hoping to get a yuan converting pill and break through. But pill kings are so rare in the northern sand continent that I haven't found anyone who can help me. Qin Feng once again realized the rarity and preciousness of alchemists in the divine continent, especially high-level alchemists. Qin Feng could now refine a small number of Tier 7 king pills. This meant that he was a genuine king of pills. My master can also refine the yuan converting pill, but Patriarch Qi has to prepare the materials yourself. Qin Feng had already read the introduction of the yuan converting pill in the system. In fact, he couldn't refine it with his current ability. But Qin Feng believed that once he broke through to the Saint King realm, he would be able to refine the yuan converting pill. Qizong could no longer hold back his excitement, his face flushed red. Great, this is great. Young hero Qin, rest assured, all the pills I asked your master to refine will have their own materials, and I will also give you a generous reward. I will not treat you and your master unfairly." Seeing Qi Tsang so excited, Qin Feng laughed in his heart. In fact, he was the biggest beneficiary of this deal. He could get the Golden Saint pill and Yuan converting pill without providing anything. Patriarch Qi is really a forthright person. I, Qin Feng, hope to become friends with Patriarch Qi. Qin Feng seized the opportunity and said. Qi Tsang agreed without even thinking about it. If he could become good friends with Qin Feng, wouldn't that be the same as grabbing onto a Pill King's network? Good, then you and I will become brothers again. In the future, if Brother Qin has any trouble in Luo City, just look for me. Ha! Good, since Big Brother Qi is my brother, don't be polite with me in the future. If you need any other pills, just tell me. I will try my best to refine them for you. Qi Tsang was so moved that he was about to cry. He thought that Qin Feng really had a master. When Qin Feng heard Qi Tsang list more than a dozen high-grade pills, he was so excited that he almost shouted out loud. He could refine all of these medicinal pills, and Qi Tsang was willing to provide the medicinal herbs for free. This was simply a wonderful thing that fell from the sky. The two of them chatted for a while in the Saint Medic Hall. After that, Qi Tsang invited Qin Feng to his residence as a guest. Everyone in the Qi residence busied themselves. According to Patriarch Qi's order, they had to receive an extremely important and distinguished guest. Just when everyone was wondering who it was that could make Patriarch Qi treat him so generously, they saw Qin Feng swaggering into the Qi residence. Everyone in the Qi residence was stunned. After a sumptuous dinner, Qi Tsang arranged for 2 carriages of medicinal herbs to be sent to Sacred Medicine Hall. These medicinal herbs were all extremely precious spirit grasses and spirit plants. Even Qin Feng found it difficult to obtain one of them. Such a spectacular scene startled Lu Jia and the others. They had thought that the Bian family had come to make trouble again, but this time they had actually brought 2 carriages of people to make trouble. Just as everyone was glaring at the door and preparing for a big battle, they saw Qin Feng jump out of a carriage with a smile on his face. It's actually boss. Qin Feng, are you alright? Why did Patriarch Qi call you over? Everyone gathered around Qin Feng. Ever since the Bian family left, they had been in a state of panic. Even now, they did not know the current situation. Qin Feng gave Yunzhe a few words, then he brought a few of the Qi family subordinates to carry the medicinal herbs into the house. Qin Feng brought everyone back to Saint Medic Hall. Everyone, don't worry about the Bian family. Now that Patriarch Qi and I are sworn brothers, the Bian family will not dare to cause trouble in our territory again. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes and jaws dropped to the ground. Han Ying exclaimed after she regained her senses, "Really, Qin Feng? You're too amazing. You even have a relationship with Patriarch Qi." Qin Feng smiled at her and said, Ying, Saint Medic Hall will develop rapidly in the future. You will be very busy." Han Ying was not afraid of tiredness at all. She could not wait to help Qin Feng build a super business empire on the Divine Continent. When the others heard that the crisis had been resolved, their hearts sank. At night, everyone held a celebratory banquet. This was the first time they had such a relaxing and joyful gathering since they came to the Divine Continent. The banquet lasted until late at night. Lu Jia and the others were drunk, and the women were also a little tipsy. Qin Feng sent them back to their rooms one by one. After he was done, Qin Feng did not rest. He immediately ran to the alchemy room and began to refine pills. He was surrounded by all kinds of rare and precious spiritual herbs, which increased the spiritual qi in the alchemy room by more than 10 times. In fact, Qin Feng had 2 ways to refine pills. One was to use the system's alchemy pavilion to let the heaven and earth cauldron refine pills on its own. The other was to refine pills in the outside world. The system's refining process was much easier, but it would charge a corresponding amount of hedonist points every time he refined a pill. The higher the grade of the pill, the higher the hedonist points would be. The lowest grade Qin Feng needed to refine was a 6th grade golden pill. If he used the heaven and earth cauldron to refine pills, he would use up all his hedonist points. Rumble. Qin Feng bought a simple cauldron from the system and began to refine pills in the alchemy room. He waved his hand, and the purple dusk immortal fire leaped into the cauldron. Instantly, the temperature in the room soared. The process of refining pills was a little boring, but Qin Feng was fully focused. He did not dare to slack off. It was his first time refining a golden sage pill, and he hoped to refine a full batch of pills in one go. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. Just when the sky was turning white, a loud noise came from the alchemy room. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and he looked excited. 6 golden pills rose from the cauldron in front of him. They were the formed golden sage pills. To be able to produce 6 golden sage pills in one go was already a top-notch existence among golden core refiners. Ordinary golden core refiners could only produce 3 golden sage pills in one go. Due to the condensation of the golden sage pills, the spiritual qi in the room changed drastically. The dense spiritual qi seemed to condense into substantial raindrops and fell down. Qin Feng did not want to waste this precious opportunity to break through. He immediately swallowed a golden sage pill. Rumble. The pill melted in Qin Feng's mouth, and the dense spiritual qi surged in Qin Feng's body in the form of an explosion. Originally, Qin Feng planned to swallow 2 golden sage pills, but one pill almost caused his body to explode. Whoosh! Qin Feng endured the wild spiritual qi surging in his body and sat cross-legged to circulate his qi. His skin turned light purple. That was the original state of spiritual qi. Traces of spiritual qi even seeped out of his pores. Qin Feng felt as if he had fallen into a cave abode of heavenly treasures. Rumble. After an unknown period of time, a loud sound came from Qin Feng's body. The sound was continuous, and he was worried that he would really explode. But after a while, the sound of the explosion stopped. Qin Feng circulated his qi and felt the huge change in the aura in his body. Congratulations, Master, you have broken through to the peak of Immortal Qi level 9. Little Pig's shout came. Qin Feng was shocked. A golden sage pill allowed him to break through 2 small realms, from the middle stage of Immortal Qi level 9 to the peak. However, the golden sage pill in Qin Feng's body had not been completely digested. At least half of the spiritual qi had not been devoured. He suppressed the joy of breaking through and swallowed another golden sage pill. After Qin Feng entered the alchemy pavilion, he did not come out for 3 days and 3 nights. The girls, Lu Jia, and the others gathered around the big stone table in the backyard to have breakfast. Everyone's eyes would occasionally glance at the entrance of the alchemy pavilion. Boss hasn't come out for 3 days and 3 nights. Did something happen to him? Lu Jia worriedly asked. All the girls had grave expressions on their faces. They really wanted to enter the house to see what was going on, but they were afraid that they would disturb Qin Feng's cultivation and cause him to go berserk. Brother Qin, you're out. Yunzhe suddenly jumped up in excitement. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the pill refining room. Qin Feng was standing at the door dressed in a white robe, his clothes and long hair fluttering without any wind, his body emitting an ethereal and mysterious aura, as if he could disappear with the wind at any time. Everyone hurriedly went to Qin Feng's side, but they saw a white shadow flash by. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was already standing next to everyone. Big brother Qin, what realm are you in now? Yunzhe was dumbfounded. Qin Fen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his figure even straighter than before. Those black eyes were as clear as water and as deep as the Milky Way. I am now a First Realm Saint King. Qin Fen's simple words completely stunned everyone. Lu Jie's saliva hung from his mouth. Huh? Boss, you broke through to the Saint King realm. Everyone looked at Qin Fen in surprise. If they remembered correctly, Qin Fen had only been in seclusion for 3 days and 3 nights, and he had broken through from the 9th stage Immortal Qi middle stage to the Saint King realm. Even the girls who were familiar with Qin Fen found it hard to accept. Not to mention that they couldn't believe it, even Qin Fen himself was in a daze. I was able to step into the Saint King realm thanks to the help of pills. Now, I have a lot of spirit grasses and spirit plants on hand. I will ask Huatua to refine them into pills, and everyone can use them to quickly break through. Everyone was pleasantly surprised by his words. Now that they had come to the Divine Supreme Continent, everyone was very clear about the importance of one's realm. This was a world where strength was respected, and without strength, everything else was meaningless. After breaking through to the Saint King realm, Qin Fen spent a few days to stabilize his realm. Now that he had completely stabilized his first realm Saint King realm, with the help of various spirit artifacts and high-grade martial skills, he could even kill a second realm Saint King realm master. These days, no one from the Bian family came looking for trouble. It seemed that Bian Xiong who was really intimidated by Qi Tsang. This made Qin Fen feel at ease. After another week, Qin Fen sent some 6th-grade golden pills refined by Huatua to the Hua Mansion. When Qi Tsang saw the pills, he was very excited, and this brought the relationship between the two of them closer. Seeing that everything was going smoothly in Luo City, Qin Fen began to worry. Although he had stepped into the First Realm Saint King realm, in the Divine Supreme Continent, or even the Northern Sand Continent, this realm was just below the middle level. Qin Fen realized that he could not quickly improve his realm in a short time, so he wanted to go out and find some new opportunities. While Qin Fen was planning, a group of people came to the Saint Medic Hall. There were more than a dozen people, and they were dressed shabbily. The reason why they found this place was because they heard about the Spirit Immortal sect. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1535. Qin Fen had changed the name of the base to Hero City so that people from the secular world could find their way to the divine mainland. However, the name of the spiritual immortal sect was still retained so that people from the divine mainland could find their way here. Moreover, after Qin Fen came to the divine mainland, he met Zhang Yan, Bai Lu, his wife, Zhou Tian, and the others. When he bid farewell to them, he mentioned the spiritual immortal sect. If the name was removed, Qin Fen was afraid that these people would not be able to find their way here. This time, it was a group of odd-job disciples led by Zhou Tian. At that time, Qin Fen was still cultivating in his room. Zhao Lingxian and the others received them. Everyone had been in the Hunyuan sect, so they knew each other. Qin Fen only came out of his room at night. He felt relieved when he saw Zhou Tian coming. "Big brother Qin, it's great to see you again." Zhou Tian ran up to Qin Fen excitedly. As for the dozen odd-job disciples who came with him, they seemed a little reserved. They stood at the corner of the door and looked at the luxurious Saint Medic Hall in surprise. Qin Fen hadn't seen Zhou Tian for more than a month. He noticed that Zhou Tian and the odd-job disciples were all bruised. They had obviously been treated inhumanely in the Hunyuan sect. Qin Fen's face turned cold. "What happened to your injuries?" Zhou Tian's eyes flashed with anger, but he quickly recovered. "Haha. It's nothing. We're used to it anyway. Big brother Qin, don't ask." The night Qin Fen left the Hunyuan sect, Zhou Tian helped him trap a large number of disciples. He had a good impression of Zhou Tian. How could he ignore Zhou Tian's grievances? Was it Huanfei? Qin Fen quickly thought of someone. Zhou Tian and the other odd job disciples' expressions suddenly darkened. There was no need for them to say anything. Qin Feng was certain now. Huanfei was merely an ant at the fourth layer of immortal qi. Qin Fen could kill him with one slap back then. Now, he wouldn't take a small fry like Huanfei seriously. It was just that the sect competition had happened too suddenly. After Qin Fen won the competition, he was in a hurry to escape the Hunyuan sect because he offended Hunyuan Zi's elder. He forgot to kill Huanfei. I think Huanfei is tired of living. I will take revenge for everyone. Qin Feng's voice was as cold as ice. Everyone in Zhou Tian was moved. They knew how powerful Qin Feng was. He was someone who had stepped into the 7th level of celestial qi and was someone who could even kill Hun Qian Kun. But that was only the Qin Feng from a little over a month ago. If Zhou Tian and the others knew that he had already become a first-grade Saint King, they would definitely faint on the spot. After talking for a while, Qin Feng understood the situation of Zhou Tian and the others for the past month. Ever since Qin Feng left Hunyuan sect with Lin Bei and the other 4 girls that night, Hunyuan Hai and Hundian Zhao, the 2 elders, jointly issued a wanted order for all the disciples of Hunyuan sect to hunt him down. After that, the prestige that Qin Feng had established in the intersect tournament gradually disappeared, and Huanfei started to show off again. He vented his resentment towards Qin Feng on Zhou Tian's odd job disciples. He made them do hard work every day and didn't even give them food at night. Whenever they did something wrong, Huanfei would use a whip stained with horse dung to serve them. Qin Feng was furious after listening to these things. He wanted to kill his way to Hunyuan sect to kill Huanfei and those bastards from Hunyuan High. A month ago, he was still no match for Hunyuan High. But now that he had become a first-grade Saint King, Qin Feng no longer cared about Hunyuan High. Big brother Qin, don't be angry. Actually, we don't blame you. Back then, when you used a whip stained with horse dung to whip Huanfei, everyone's blood was boiling with excitement. Then, you took first place on the dragon ranking in the intersect tournament. You made us proud. Although Big Brother Qin became a core disciple of the sect, in my heart, you will always be the leader of the odd job disciples. That's why I brought a group of odd job disciples to seek refuge with you. Zhou Tian's heartfelt words touched Qin Feng. Whether it was in the secular world, the divine land, or the divine supreme continent, he would never look down on low-level cultivators just because they were strong. He treated every one of his friends with care, which earned him a high degree of recognition from them. Zhou Tian, you and the others will stay in Hero City from now on. This is my territory. No one will dare to bully you anymore. You will cultivate and help Saint Medic Hall and Divine Armament Hall with chores. As for the medicinal pills and spirit weapons in the shop, you can use them for free. Qin Feng's words stunned everyone. They were just odd job disciples. Their status was lower than pigs and dogs, but Qin Feng treated them so generously. Other than Zhou Tian, the rest of the odd job disciples were worried when they came. They were afraid that Qin Feng would chase them away and look down on them. But now, their uneasiness had completely disappeared. Thank you for taking us in, Big Brother Qin. We will repay your kindness in the future. The group of odd job disciples knelt and kowtowed. Qin Feng quickly went to help them up. Qin Feng had told them many times not to be polite and to treat this place as their home. However, these odd job disciples were used to being suppressed since they were young. Their views were the same as Hua Xiaozhen's. Qin Feng called Lu Jia over and asked him to arrange their accommodation and follow-up matters. However, Zhou Tian did not leave. He stood in the house and looked at Qin Feng hesitantly. Zhou Tian, do you have something else to say? Just say it, Qin Feng said with a smile. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth and took out a scroll made of cowhide from his pocket. The scroll looked mysterious and high-class. It did not look like something a servant like Zhou Tian would have. What's this? Qin Feng's interest was piqued. Zhou Tian spread out the cowhide scroll on Feng Zhuo's back and looked around before saying in a low voice, Big brother Qin, I stole this from Elder Hunyuan Sea. Qin Feng was shocked. Primordial Sea was at the peak of stage 9 immortal Qi. Zhou Tian dared to steal from him. Moreover, he succeeded. Zhou Tian saw through Qin Feng's confusion and continued, just the night before yesterday, when I was cleaning the sect, I inadvertently overheard Hunyuan Hai and the other 3 elders discussing something important. They plan to explore an ancient martial arts relic. It said that there's a cave abode where a Buddha light stage celestial used to live. After that, I decided to leave the Primordial Sea sect. So, I snuck into Primordial Sea's residence at night. He was cultivating in seclusion, so I took this map of the ancient martial relic with me. I hope it will be of some help to Big Brother Qin's cultivation. Qin Feng was touched after listening to Zhou Tian's story. This map was the ancient martial relic that Primordial Seas for elders were going to explore. However, with Zhou Tian's current strength, he did not dare to go recklessly even with the map. The reason why he risked his life to bring the map out was to help Qin Feng. Brother Zhou, thank you for the map. You can cultivate here with peace of mind. I can guarantee that you will break through to the Sage King realm. The two of them chatted for a long time. Zhou Tian was extremely excited. He knew that he had followed the right big brother. In the next few days, Qin Feng began to train Zhou Tian, Lu Jia, and the others. Half of them were odd job disciples, and their strength was below stage 3 immortal Qi. The other half came from the secular world of China, and some of them were still in the inner Qi stage. Qin Feng had used the medicinal herbs sent by the Ma family to refine many immortal cloud pills. These pills were only first-grade miraculous pills in the divine continent, but they were the best pills for breaking through to stage 1 immortal Qi. With the help of the pills, everyone in Hero City entered the immortal Qi stage in just 3 days. Su Ruoro and Zhao Ling Xian were accepted as core disciples by Primordial Sea sect. When they left the Primordial Sea sect, they had entered stage 4 immortal Qi. Now, with Qin Feng's focus on training, the two of them broke through to stage 6 immortal Qi. After a few days, Hero City's strength had increased greatly. Other than Qin Feng, Zhao Ling Xian and Su Ruoro were the main force. There were also Zhou Tian and a group of odd job disciples who had entered stage 4 immortal Qi as the backbone. Seeing that the situation in Luoyang City was becoming more stable, Qin Feng set out to look for new opportunities to break through. He knew that he could still break through slowly in Luoyang City, but the speed of his breakthrough made him uneasy. Especially in the Divine Continent, where there were many powerful cultivators, Qin Feng did not dare to slack off in his cultivation. The Divine Continent was vast. Just the size of the North Sand Continent was enough to shock Qin Feng. He spent 5 days on the road, wandering around aimlessly. Qin Feng wanted to familiarize himself with the situation in the North Sand Continent, but the journey almost made him dizzy. This place looks familiar. Qin Feng was speeding through the sky on his flying sword. Suddenly, he rushed toward a city in the southwest. As he got closer to the city, Qin Feng finally realized that he had been here before. Wasn't this the base of the Primordial Sea sect? After 2 months, when Qin Feng stepped through the gates of the Primordial Sea sect again, his state of mind and strength had gone through earth-shattering changes. Back then, he was forced by Primordial Sea sect and had no choice but to bring Su Ruoro and the other girls to this sect. Later on, he was arranged to be odd job disciples, and he was even plotted against by Primordial Sea sect's people. Now that he had come here by accident, Qin Feng wanted to settle old scores with these people. Hey! This is the base of the Primordial Sea sect, a 3-star righteous sect. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Qin Feng had just put away his flying sword and landed on the ground when he was stopped by a group of guarding disciples. These guarding disciples had average statuses in the Primordial Sea sect. They were all outer disciples. Qin Feng glanced at them casually. The strongest among them was only at stage 5 immortal Qi. Today, I, Qin Feng, am here to settle old scores with the Primordial Sea sect. If you don't want to die, scram. Qin Feng ignored their words. His expression was indifferent, and his voice was so cold that it was about to freeze. The 20 or so guarding disciples were instantly enraged. Some of them were about to charge at Qin Feng with their sabers, but before they could swing their sabers, a scream was heard. Qin Feng. You're the Qin Feng who took first place on the Dragon leaderboard 2 months ago. Fuck. It's really Qin Feng. He's back. Chapter 1536. In just 2 months, Qin Feng's appearance hadn't changed much. However, his aura had changed drastically. He was ethereal and mysterious like an immortal. Qin Feng ignored the dozen or so disciples who fled in fear. He looked at the others who were still standing at the gate and asked, "Where is Han Fei now?" The person Qin Feng wanted to kill the most in Hunyuan's sect was Han Fei. Then, he had to find Hunyuan Hai and Han Tianjiao. After recognizing Qin Feng, the disciples who were guarding the gate trembled uncontrollably. Some of them opened and closed their mouths, but they were so scared that they couldn't even speak. Senior brother Qin Feng, Han Fei should be at the stud farm. The eldest disciple finally spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a white shadow flashed and Qin Feng disappeared. The disciples didn't know what was going on and lowered their heads in fear. After a while, when Qin Feng didn't say anything, some of them looked up carefully. Qin Feng is gone. He actually came to Hunyuan's sect to kill Han Fei. This person is really fierce. Now that the 4 elders of the sect are hunting him down, he still dares to come back. Let's wait for the news of his death. Qin Feng had already arrived at the stud farm and didn't know what the disciples were talking about. Hunyuan's sect was a 3-star sect in the North Sand continent. The construction of the base and the size of the sect was quite good. The stud farm alone was as spacious as a dozen football fields. On the stud farm, many servant disciples were cleaning the horse dung. There were many servant disciples in Hunyuan's sect, but Zhou Tian only brought a dozen of them to Luoyang City. Crack! Under the scorching sun, the sound of a whip could be heard from time to time, followed by the screams of servant disciples. In the center of the field, Han Fei was wearing a noble outer disciple uniform and long boots. He was holding a horsewhip with the tail stained with horse dung. He was using the horsewhip to whip the servant disciples. The disciples were half naked, and their chests and backs were covered with blood and yellow horse dung. Even his pants were torn to shreds, hanging on his body like strips of cloth. You bunch of trash, why are you so slow at picking up horse dung? Do you want to eat tonight? Crack! Ha! How dare you stare at me? I'll whip you to death. Do you know why I hit you? It's all because of Qin Feng's escape that harmed all of you odd job disciples. Right now, the 4 elders of the sect are going all out to capture Qin Feng. You guys definitely know where that brat is hiding. I want to see how stubborn you guys are. Are you going to tell me or not? Han Fei was like a demon. The horsewhip in his hand never stopped lashing at the odd job disciples. Everyone suppressed their anger, but no one dared to resist. These people were the poorest people of the divine continent. They had been instilled with the idea of being lowly since they were young, just like Hua Xiaojin. Paw! Another whip fell, and an old man was knocked unconscious on the ground. This old man was really pitiful. He was already so old, but he had no progress on the path of martial cultivation. He had just stepped into Immortal Chi Stage 4, but he couldn't even become an outer sect disciple of Hunyuan sect. Uncle Wang, are you alright? You bastard, are you trying to kill me? We don't know where Qin Feng is. If we knew, we would have gone to him a long time ago. And you bastard, when Big Brother Qin returns, it will be the time of your death. The people who were working with all their might stopped. They were angered by Han Fei. Facing the angry glares of dozens of odd-job disciples, Han Fei had a playful look on his face. He swung the horsewhip in his hand and looked at the crowd contemptuously. Ha! What kind of daydream are you guys having? That kid with the surname Qin is wanted by the four elders. He can't even protect himself now. Do you guys still expect him to come back and save you? Han Fei's words woke everyone up. Although Qin Feng had topped the dragon leaderboard 2 months ago and became the strongest disciple of Hunyuan sect, no one was optimistic about Qin Feng's chances. Compared to the 4 great elders, no one was optimistic about Qin Feng's chances. Oh. You said I don't dare to come back. Aren't I here now? Just as the atmosphere was in a deadlock, a cold laugh was heard. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Although no one had seen Qin Feng's figure, everyone recognized his familiar voice. Am I hallucinating? Why did I hear Big Brother Qin's voice? I heard it too. Big Brother Qin might really be back. The group of odd-job disciples instantly became excited. Everyone looked around with anticipation. Han Fei was startled. His legs were trembling uncontrollably. However, he still pretended to be calm. He didn't believe that Qin Feng would dare to come back at this time. What are you guys shouting for? Qin Feng won't come back. I think you guys are looking for a beating. Han Fei waved his hand. He wanted to vent his uneasiness on these odd-job disciples. However, when his hand fell, there was no dull sound of the whip. Han Fei looked at his hand subconsciously. The horse whip had disappeared. Crack! The sound of the whip was a second late. What followed was Han Fei's heart-wrenching scream. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Feng was standing in the middle of the horse field. His white robe fluttered in the wind. He waved the horse whip in his hand like a god of war. With a simple whip, the black robe on Han Fei's upper body was directly split into 2. A bright red whip mark extended from his chin to his stomach. It was a shocking sight. Han Fei, I think I didn't beat you enough last time. Do you have a bad memory? Qin Feng looked at Han Fei as if he was looking at an ant. There was no emotion in his voice. Han Fei realized that Qin Feng was really back. He was so scared that his legs went soft. He felt like he was going to kneel on the ground at any time. You brat, you still dare to come back. Wait for me. I'll go report to the little elder now. Han Fei turned around and was about to run. However, before he could run 2 steps, Qin Feng waved his hand. The horse whip pulled out a whip shadow that was dozens of meters long and instantly sent him flying to the ground. This whip was very fierce. It sent Han Fei flying dozens of meters away. When he landed, he smashed a small pit on the flat ground. The hundreds of odd-job disciples were stunned. They found that Qin Feng was even more ferocious than before. Han Fei was so powerful and overbearing in everyone's eyes. However, in front of Qin Feng, he was as pitiful as a baby. But no one really sympathized with Han Fei. He only had himself to blame for what happened today. When Qin Feng swaggered to Hun Fei's side, he was so scared that he stopped screaming. After that whip, Hun Fei didn't even have the strength to stand up. He could only sit on the ground and look up at Qin Feng. Don't mess around. Right now, everyone in the Hunyuan sect is looking for you. If you confess, you can be lenient. But if you dare to kill me, the Hunyuan sect will never let you go. Chapter 1537. Crack. The dull sound of the whip exploded in the empty horse field. Qin Feng's whip directly smashed a piece of bone on Hun Fei's shoulder. Hun Fei let out an earth-shattering scream. The skin on his shoulder was rotten, and the white bones inside could be seen. Mixed with blood and horse dung, many handyman disciples were so scared that they fell to the ground. Qin Feng, you really dare to hit me? Stop right now, or else I'll make sure you'll have to face the consequences. Why are you idiots still standing there? Go and report to the little elder, or none of you will be able to escape. Hun Fei was beaten, and he roared at the crowd like a mad beast. Everyone knew that the sect was now trying to arrest Qin Feng, but those handyman disciples still stood where they were, and no one was willing to help Hun Fei call the little elder. Qin Feng didn't care about Hun Fei's threat. After killing Hun Fei, he still had to find the great elder of the Hunyuan Sea. Qin Feng raised his hand, and this time, the horsewhip left dozens of shadows in the sky. All the whip shadows fell on Hun Fei, whipping him from the ground into the air. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of chaotic sounds exploded in the void. Hun Fei's body was covered with blood marks, and he could no longer stop screaming. Qin Feng looked indifferent. When he saw that Hun Fei was about to fall to the ground, he waved the whip again, as if he was whipping a toy. Hun Fei, I should have killed you long ago and let you survive until today, but the ending is still the same. Qin Feng's cold voice sounded, and a violent aura surged from his body, forcing those handyman disciples to retreat dozens of steps. Another whip fell, and this whip was obviously several times stronger. There seemed to be a muffled thunder in the air, and when the whip shadow fell on Hun Fei, he instantly burst like fireworks. Rumble. The explosion hadn't stopped, and the hundreds of handyman disciples were dumbfounded. Hun Fei had long been notorious in the handyman area of the Hunyuan sect, and every handyman disciple wanted him to die. Now that they saw him die so tragically, they all cheered in their hearts. Big Brother Qin, you should leave quickly. It will be troublesome if the little elders rush over. After a while, someone finally woke up and hurriedly urged Qin Feng. But before Qin Feng left, a rush of footsteps came from afar. Swish, swish, swish. Not long after, 8 black figures landed on the ground and surrounded Qin Feng. On the other side, there were many disciples rushing over. From the looks of it, there were at least 100 people. Qin Feng, how dare you kill someone in the Hunyuan sect? The first 8 people were the Primordial Chaos sect's junior elders. Their status was only one level lower than the 4 great elders of the Primordial Chaos Sea. In order to become a junior elder of the Hunyuan sect, one had to reach the early stage of Immortal Qi stage 9 at the very least. The 8 of them glared fiercely at Qin Feng. Apart from anger, there was no trace of fear or worry in their eyes. Even though they knew that Qin Feng had taken first place on the dragon leaderboard not long ago, he had only been at the 7th stage of the Immortal Qi level. Even if he had killed Hun Chinquan, he would at most be at the 8th stage of the Immortal Qi level. In the eyes of the group of junior elders, this kind of strength was not worth mentioning. Not good, the little elder and the other disciples are here. Big Brother Qin, run. We'll help you delay them. The odd job disciples were so scared that they were at a loss. They knew that they wouldn't be able to withstand even one move from the young elder, but they still stood up to help Qin Feng at the most critical moment. The young elder's representative laughed. Ha! Do you think you can rebel with trash like you? Get out of my way, or else I'll make you pay. As the elder roared, a violent aura exploded from his body, causing many people to kneel on the ground. However, when the elder looked at Qin Feng, he was shocked to find that Qin Feng's expression didn't change. It was as if nothing had happened. Stinking brat, I advise you to surrender and wait for the punishment from the elders of the primordial chaos sea and Hun Tianjiao. The young elder's representative shouted. Qin Feng sneered. Ha! Then I'll give you a chance. I came to the Hunyuan sect mainly to kill Hun Fei and the primordial chaos sea. If anyone else dares to stop me, I'll kill them. At this moment, Qin Feng was surrounded by the 8 young elders. Batches after batches of inner and core disciples also rushed over. Just this lineup alone was enough to scare the odd job disciples. Yet, Qin Feng still dared to say such ruthless words. It really shocked everyone. The 8 young elders' expressions turned cold, and they gritted their teeth in anger. Humph! You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't think that you can be lawless just because you killed Hun Qinkuan and obtained the first place on the dragon leaderboard. To put it bluntly, you're just the most powerful disciple among the disciples. In the eyes of us elders, you're even worse than a dog. The young elder's representative roared and suddenly slapped at Qin Feng. The other 7 elders stood still with playful expressions. They didn't plan to make a move at all. The odd job disciples were nervous. They wanted to help Qin Feng, but their cultivation levels were too low. They didn't even have the chance to make a move. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud explosion. The intense movement was like a landslide. The young elders' expressions became more and more playful. The odd job disciples even closed their eyes, not daring to see the scene of Qin Feng exploding. Ah! Big brother Qin is okay. Suddenly, someone screamed, which woke everyone up. The 7 young elders also heard the voice and looked over. The smiles on their faces suddenly froze. They widened their old eyes and opened their mouths wide. Instantly, they turned into 7 stone statues. The crowd was in an uproar. Both the odd job disciples and the inner sect disciples were shocked. There was a puddle of blood on the flat ground in front of Qin Feng, but young elder Hun Chao was nowhere to be seen. But everyone guessed that Hun Chao couldn't have been smashed into meat paste by Qin Feng, right? You dare to kill elder Hun Chao? You're too arrogant. Everyone, don't talk nonsense with him. Let's kill this brat together. Hun Chao was the one with the highest status and the highest cultivation level among the 8 young elders. He had already stepped into the late stage of Immortal Qi Stage 9 and could be promoted to Great Elder at any time. But such a powerful cultivator was killed by Qin Feng with a single palm. The remaining 7 elders were more or less afraid, so they joined forces and launched a fierce attack. Rumble. In an instant, the 7 of them got into formation. Their attacks were unusually fierce. The weather changed dramatically, and the saber light was as dense as rain. The odd job disciples had long since hidden hundreds of meters away, not daring to approach. Even the inner sect disciples and core disciples who rushed over hurriedly retreated. The 7 young elders were all in the middle stage of Immortal Qi Stage 9. But when they joined forces, their strength increased greatly. It seemed like they could kill a pinnacle Immortal Qi Stage 9. Ha! A mere disciple dares to behave atrociously in the Hunyuan sect. Let the 7 of us kill you with our own hands. Once the saber formation was formed, the 7 young elders immediately became complacent. The Hunyuan sect was a sect that specialized in saber techniques. The 7 young elders all pulled out long sabers from behind their backs. The saber shadows were densely packed, as if they had condensed into a large solid net that fell from the sky. Oh no, Big Brother Chin is in danger. Humph. This brat gave up being the #1 disciple and ran away with the cultivation resources. Is there something wrong with his head? He even dared to kill Hun Qiankuan's great senior brother. He's not leaving a way out for himself. The crowd watched the battle. When they saw the saber screen falling, everyone realized that Qin Feng was going to die. The 7 young elders' faces were filled with playfulness again. But when they saw Qin Feng standing motionlessly under the saber screen with an indifferent expression, they were somewhat confused. Arrow, come! Swoosh! Qin Feng suddenly shouted, and a flying arrow that shone with a pure white holy light descended from the sky. Before the crowd could react, Qin Feng had already drawn his heavenly hawk bow. Swoosh! The cloud-piercing arrow pierced through the sky, and the seemingly hard saber screen was pierced through like tofu. But the flying arrow didn't stop. It went straight for the body of one of the young elders, and pierced through his heart. Rumble! The young elder exploded, and the saber formation that the 7 young elders had set up was instantly broken. Before the remaining 6 young elders could react, Qin Feng leaped into the sky and slashed down with his saber. Instantly, a golden light that was hundreds of meters long shone, and it landed on the ground like a long dragon. Rumble! The sound of the explosion didn't stop. Now that Qin Feng had stepped into the Saint King stage, the saber under the golden phoenix was extremely violent and turbulent. The 6 young elders of the immortal Qi stage didn't even have the chance to escape, and they were all blasted into pieces. The battlefield was filled with dust and dirt. For a moment, the disciples couldn't see the situation inside clearly. When the dust settled, the whole horse field fell into a cold silence. The 8 young elders are dead. Isn't that guy only at stage 7 immortal Qi stage? How did he kill the 8 young elders? It's over. Qin Feng obviously isn't at stage 7 immortal Qi stage. I feel that the Hunyuan sect is going to be annihilated. Everyone was shocked by Qin Feng's strength. The inner disciples who had a playful look on their faces were now pale with fright. After Qin Feng killed the 8 young elders, he walked to the side of the odd job disciples as if nothing had happened. Huanfei is dead, and your revenge has been avenged. In the future, the Hunyuan sect will not be as good as before. If you want to leave this place, you can go to Hero City in Luo City. Zhou Tian and the others have already gone there. Qin Feng's words made the odd job disciples shed tears of gratitude. They were used to being bullied by others, but they didn't expect that a powerful person like Qin Feng would be willing to help them. By the way, where is the Hunyuan Sea? Qin Feng got to the point. The group of odd job disciples used to be very afraid of the great elder of the Hunyuan Sea, but now that they had Qin Feng's support, they didn't even feel nervous or afraid. Big Brother Qin, the Hunyuan Sea and the other 3 great elders left the day before yesterday. A disciple stood up and said. Qin Feng was stunned. Do you know where they went? We're just odd job disciples, so we don't know. The disciple looked at Qin Feng apologetically. Although these odd job disciples didn't know the specific situation, Qin Feng already had a guess. According to the map of the ancient martial relic that Zhou Tian gave him, the 4 great elders from the Hunyuan Sea probably teamed up to explore. This made Qin Feng a little anxious. Rumor had it that the ancient martial relic used to be the cultivation cave abode of a Buddha Light Realm powerhouse. Such a powerhouse would definitely leave a lot of cultivation resources in the cave abode. Qin Feng couldn't let the Hunyuan Sea and the others snatch them away. What happened here? Where are the 4 guys from the Hunyuan Sea? Just when Qin Feng was about to rush to the ancient martial relic, an old voice came from afar. His voice was as deep as thunder, and it echoed in the surroundings. However, everyone looked around and couldn't see the person who spoke. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1538. Qianfen raised his eyebrows slightly. He could already feel a majestic aura surging towards him. This aura definitely surpassed the immortal Qi realm. The person who came was actually a Saint King realm expert. Ah! It's the sect leader of Azure Sky. Someone in the crowd shouted. His voice scared everyone silly. As the sect leader of Hunyuan sect, Han Qingtian had always been elusive. More than half of the disciples in the sect had entered the sect for 3 to 5 years, but they didn't even know what Han Qingtian looked like. However, there was a rumor in the sect that the sect leader of Azure Sky was the only person in the sect who had stepped into the Saint King realm. It was also his strength that supported the development of Hunyuan sect, allowing the sect to become a 3-star sect in the northern Sand continent. While the crowd was in a heated discussion, a strong wind suddenly blew. Before anyone noticed, an old man in a black robe was already standing in front of Qianfen. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my Hunyuan sect?" The old man was not angry, but his voice was extremely penetrating. Although his white hair was fluttering, his old eyes were clear and bright. His face was ruddy, and he looked more energetic than a young man in his 20s. The disciples of Hunyuan sect were so scared by the old man that they did not dare to breathe. A few disciples who had seen Han Qingtian before were sure that the person who came was the sect leader of Hunyuan sect. Qin Feng's expression became a bit more serious. He didn't need an introduction to guess the identity of the person who had come. When Qianfen first entered Hunyuan sect, he had heard rumors about Han Qingtian. This old man was a Saint King realm expert, but he did not know which Saint King realm he was at. "I'm Qianfen from Hero City. I came to Hunyuan sect to deal with some conflicts." After coming back to his senses, Qianfen looked indifferent. His words caused the crowd to exclaim. The disciples of Hunyuan sect knew that Qianfen was arrogant, but they did not expect him to be so domineering in front of the sect leader of Azure Sky. Han Qingtian's expression changed. Obviously, he did not expect Qianfen to be so arrogant. He had been cultivating in seclusion, so he did not know much about the sect competition. Therefore, he had not heard of Qianfen. "You killed the 8 young elders." Han Qingtian's tone was cold. "That's right. Not only did I kill the 8 elders, but I also killed Han Li, Han Fei, Han Jin, and Han Qiankuan. This time, I'm here to annihilate the primordial sea," Qianfen said firmly. Han Fei and the others were just insignificant disciples of the Hunyuan sect. Han Qingtian had never heard of them. But when Han Qingtian heard Hunyuan Hai's name, he was infuriated. Hunyuan Hai was one of his disciples, and he had groomed him to become the great elder of Hunyuan sect. What an arrogant kid. Today, I'll show you the true strength of the Hunyuan sect. Han Qingtian was completely enraged and suddenly struck out with his palm. His palms were thin and shriveled, and the speed at which he attacked seemed slow and ordinary. However, Qianfen's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly stepped on his flying sword to dodge. Rumble. Han Qingtian's palm clearly hadn't landed completely, but a loud sound rang out from the empty space where Qianfen was standing. The explosion was incomparably intense, turning the flat ground into a crater. A violent aura swept across the ground, instantly scaring the disciples into retreating 100 meters away. Boy, you do have some ability. Unfortunately, you will only die in my hands. Han Qingtian's expression changed slightly, but he quickly struck out with his palm again. The sound of the explosion rose from the flat ground to midair, and it felt like a tank was firing into the air. Qianfen leaped around on his flying sword, and wherever he went, the air around him would surge and explode. Han Qingtian's attack was unusually fierce, and Qin Fan couldn't fight back for a moment. Humph! How dare you come to Hunyuan's sect to cause trouble with such little ability? You really don't know your place. After a round of fighting, Han Qingtian had gained a slight upper hand, and he immediately shouted proudly. He waved his hand, and a flying sword shot out from his body. The flying sword emitted a pink glow, and it shot into the sky like a sharp arrow. Swoosh! Qin Fan leaped and dodged the flying sword's attack. He raised his eyebrows, and his expression was as cold as ice. With a slight thought, the galaxy-flying sword under his feet shot out. Clang! Suddenly, there was a loud sound of metal clashing in the sky. The two flying swords fought in midair, and the magical scene caused the crowd to exclaim. Good lad, you have quite a lot of flying treasures on you. Once I destroy you, they will all be mine. Han Qingtian looked at the sky with a burning gaze. After Qin Fan took out his flying sword, a pair of golden wheels appeared under his feet. Under the control of the two's thoughts, the two flying swords continuously collided in the sky. Every collision was like the collision of two speeding trains. Ha! Old man, your flying sword is not that great. Qin Fan's eyes lit up. He saw that Han Qingtian's flying sword had many cracks on its body after several collisions. In fact, there were many venerable ones in the Divine Continent who owned flying swords, but most of their flying swords were used for flying. When they were forging flying swords, they did not pay much attention to the sword strength and attack power. This was similar to the pink flying sword that Qin Fan forged in Luo City. This flying sword was too inferior compared to Qin Fan's galaxy flying sword. Clang! As soon as Qin Fan's voice fell, a crisp sound echoed in the sky. Under the crowd's incredulous gaze, Han Qingtian's flying sword broke in midair, falling into two pieces on the ground. Although Qin Fan was not interested in this flying sword, Han Qingtian had spent a lot of effort to obtain it. Now that his flying sword was broken, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Qin Fan, if I don't kill you today, I will not live up to my title as the Hunyuan sect leader. Han Qingtian ignored the broken sword on the ground and charged at Qin Fan with a roar. Although the old man was old, he was agile. His speed was as fast as an arrow, and he reached Qin Fan in a few breaths. Rumble! A loud sound was heard. The old man pulled his saber across the air without saying a word. The airflow around Qin Fan changed drastically, and a gust of wind blew. The Hunyuan sect focused on cultivating saber skills. Under Han Qingtian's ferocious saber chi, Qin Fan did not face it head-on. Instead, he stepped on his golden wheels and quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, Qin Fan was already 100 meters away. Before Han Qingtian's saber could land a second strike, he had already thrown the golden phoenix in his hand. Rumble! A golden dragon whizzed out, as if it could split the heavens and the earth. Han Qingtian's expression changed, and he quickly turned the back of his saber and slashed around himself. Hunyuan's 7 saber technique, Frozen Sky. The old man used the third saber technique as soon as he attacked, which showed how powerful he was. Suddenly, there was a huge change in the weather, and a blizzard suddenly appeared around him, giving people the feeling that they had transmigrated into a world of ice and snow. The power of Frozen Sky that Han Qingtian used was dozens of times stronger than the Han Qianquan that he used during the sect competition. The sky full of ice condensed into a solid layer of ice, and hundreds of ice walls overlapped in front of him. Rumble! The golden phoenix fell and smashed on the overlapping layers of ice. Loud explosions sounded one after another, and the ice exploded again and again, forming a spectacular scene of ice shards flying in the air. However, when the power of Qin Fan's saber completely dissipated, it did not hurt Han Qingtian at all. Ha! The Hunyuan 7 Saber technique is a supreme heaven-tier skill. It's not something a kid like you can break. Hun Qingtian laughed proudly. When Qin Fen fought with Hun Zhen on the Celestial Fox Mountain, he had seen the power of the Hunyuan 7 Saber technique and could see how profound and powerful it was. Now that Hun Qingtian, who was a Saint King, had fully demonstrated the power of the Hunyuan 7 Saber technique, even Qin Fen was moved. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest: collect supreme martial skills and cultivation methods. There is no time limit for the quest. The quest reward will be given according to the level of the martial skills and cultivation methods collected. The system's notification suddenly rang in Qin Fen's mind. To be honest, he had not heard the system issue a quest for a long time. Master, due to the sudden fusion of the Divine Supreme Mainland, the system's magnetic field has been greatly disturbed, and the system has been in a self-repair phase. Now that the initial repair is complete, we will continue to issue other quests. Little Pig explained. Qin Fen understood. Back then, he had spent 300,000 hedonist points to repair the Hero Alliance's communication function. While Qin Fen was still in a daze, Hun Qingtian suddenly attacked. He waved his hand, and the hundreds of ice shards around him shot into the air like arrows. Rumble! The ice shards were as fast as flying arrows, piercing through the air. The sound of the wind breaking was like the roars of wild beasts. Just the sound of it made the disciples watching from afar shudder. In a breath's time, Qin Fen was enveloped by the ice shards. Just when everyone thought he was going to be pierced by thousands of arrows, a ball of intense purple flames rose from his body. The flames burned more and more intensely, and in the end, it turned into countless small fireballs that fell to the ground, as if it was raining fire. Whoosh! The ice melted when it came into contact with the purple cloud immortal fire, producing a crisp sound. Seeing that the flames were about to burn Hun Qingtian, the old man finally came to his senses and retreated hundreds of meters away in disbelief. Rumble! The ground where he had been standing was blasted into ruins by the fireballs. The terrifying power of the flames made Hun Qingtian's heart tremble. His expression became serious for the first time, and his old eyes flashed with a cold light. You're so young, but you've already reached the Saint King stage. Hun Qingtian finally recognized Qin Fen's strength. He was actually a Saint King stage powerhouse. As soon as he said this, the surrounding disciples were in an uproar. Everyone knew that Qin Fen was very powerful, but they never expected him to be a Saint King stage powerhouse. Did sect leader Qingtian make a mistake? If I remember correctly, Qin Fen was only at stage 7 Immortal Qi 2 months ago. No matter how fast he broke through, he would at most reach stage 8 Immortal Qi in 2 months. Big brother Qin is only in his early 20s, but he has already reached stage 8 Immortal Qi. I don't think there's a monster like him in the entire North Sand region, right? No wonder he dared to kill his way into Hunyuan sect alone, and even mentioned that he wanted to kill Hunyuan C's great elder. He really does have the strength to do so. The discussions on the ground continued, and Hun Qingtian's face turned ashen when he heard these voices. He was a dignified sect leader, a Saint King stage 2 powerhouse, but now he was being overshadowed by a young boy. His gaze suddenly fell on Qin Fen, as if he was looking at a dead man. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1539. I admit that your cultivation level is beyond my expectations, but even so, you're still going to die today. Hun Qingtian raised his head and roared like a mad lion. The purple cloud celestial fire continued to fall from the sky. Hun Qingtian attacked again. His body was covered in ice and snow, and he used the ice as his armor as he charged at Qin Fen. I'd like to see how powerful your flames are. Whoosh! As soon as he roared, hundreds of ice spikes rose into the sky. However, the ice could not withstand a single blow from the purple cloud's celestial fire. Like ordinary ice cubes exposed to the sun, they melted and disappeared instantly. When Hun Qingtian was a dozen or so meters away from Qin Feng, even the layer of ice around him began to melt. The sudden rise in temperature almost cooked him. This is a heavenly flame. How can the ice formed from your immortal qi withstand it? Qin Feng stood on the whirlwind golden wheel and hovered in the air. The lava flying armor on his body burned like fire. He ignored Hun Qingtian's ice sky attack and was as majestic and powerful as the god of war. Boom! Hun Qingtian was forced to retreat. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he slashed at the air again. Suddenly, the weather changed. A large black cloud formed in the air above Qin Feng's head. The sword qi was as dense as the clouds, and there were purple lightning flashing within it. There were loud crackling sounds. Hun Qingtian did not need to say anything. The surrounding disciples were already screaming. Mixed element 7 Sabers 4th style, thunder collapse. 2 months ago, Hun Qinkuan eldest senior brother used this move during the sect competition. However, his cultivation level was limited, and he could only use the thunder collapse move, but its power was greatly reduced. Now that sect leader Qingtian's thunder collapse is 10 times more powerful, Qin Feng is doomed. As soon as the thunder collapse was used, it felt like heaven and earth were shaking. Qin Feng frowned. He looked up at the lightning above him and suddenly had an ominous feeling. Boom! Before Qin Feng could react, the first lightning had already struck. The purple lightning was as thick as an arm, and it instantly pierced through the air, leaving a huge crater in the ground. The lightning brushed past Qin Feng's body. If he was a second late, he would have been hit. Rumble. However, the lightning had only just begun. The thunderclouds in the sky moved rapidly as Qin Feng flew. Thunder boomed everywhere he went, and dozens of lightning bolts struck down at the same time. It was a spectacular scene, as if the end of the world had arrived. Under such a powerful lightning strike, Qin Feng was struck by it in a moment of carelessness. When the arm-thick bolt of lightning smashed into his body, the huge explosion sent him flying to the ground. Bang! A huge crater appeared on the ground, and thick black smoke rose from the crater. The lava flying armor on Qin Feng's body dimmed significantly as he activated the second stage of the Vajra Art's Silver Blood avatar. Rumble. The thunder was still undulating, and a lot of lightning exploded around the sinkhole, like a series of bombs dropped by fighter jets. Hun Qingtian landed on the edge of the sinkhole in one leap. He couldn't stop laughing maniacally when he saw Qin Feng lying in the sinkhole. Ha! Do you know how powerful this old man is? What was a mere first realm Saint King? With this old man's chaotic origin 7 swords, even a third stage Saint King would not fear me. Qin Feng ignored Hun Qingtian's arrogance. He quickly swallowed some healing pills and suddenly thrust his hand into the void. Hun Qingtian was slightly stunned by his action. There was nothing in Qin Feng's hand, and he didn't know what he was going to do. Rumble. However, in the next moment, Hun Qingtian's expression changed drastically. Qin Feng held a long spear in his hand, and thousands of red rays shot into the sky as he waved it. Hun Qingtian quickly dodged, and the spear rays brushed past his body. In the end, dozens of spear rays still pierced through his body. Fresh blood gushed out of Hun Qingtian's body. He roared in anger and quickly tapped his wound with his finger, stopping the bleeding easily. Brat, you're courting death. Hun Qingtian's expression was ferocious as he swung the large saber in his hand. The saber cloud in the sky became denser, and dozens of lightning bolts struck down at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was blasted into a cloud of dust, and the disciples standing in the distance felt like there was an earthquake. They couldn't see the battle situation in the distance in the dust, but they had some guesses in their hearts. Under Enchanting's powerful lightning strike, Qin Feng had most likely been blasted into pieces. The sect leader of the Pure Sky sect is indeed the strongest venerable in the Hunyuan sect. How many venerables can withstand this lightning strike? With the sect leader of the Pure Sky sect leading us, our Hunyuan sect will definitely prosper. Big Brother Qin is dead. He won't be killed so easily. The crowd kept discussing, and the dust on the battlefield was quickly dissipating. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look at the sky, what's that?" Everyone looked over and was completely stunned by the scene in front of them. A pair of pink wings shone brightly in midair, and the wings moved hundreds of meters with each flap. It was so fast that it was difficult to see it. Under the flow of pink light, the pair of pink wings suddenly hovered in midair. Everyone finally saw the situation clearly. A pair of pink wings grew on Qin Feng's back, and he looked like a god of war had descended. What kind of spiritual weapon is that? Why haven't I seen it before? Han Qingtian was dumbfounded. There were many flying spiritual weapons in the Divine Supreme Continent, such as flying swords, flaming wheels, and even airships. However, it was the first time they saw a flying spiritual weapon like Qin Feng's. On Qin Feng's back was a pair of pink wings, which was his reward for completing the mission of changing Hua Xiaozhen's mind. The pink wings were specialized flying spiritual weapons, and their speed was even faster than the golden whirlwind wheels. It's your problem that you're ignorant, but it doesn't mean that there are no flying spiritual weapons in the Divine Supreme Continent, Qin Feng said indifferently. Han Qingtian was furious. As the sect leader of the Hunyuan sect, he was called ignorant by a kid in his early 20s. Humph. I don't care what spiritual weapon you have, it's mine in the end. Han Qingtian's eyes shone with a burning light. He realized that Qin Feng had a lot of treasures, and each one was stronger than the previous one. As soon as he finished speaking, thunder boomed again. Han Qingtian had lost his patience, and he unleashed his most ferocious attack. Dozens of lightning bolts crisscrossed and bombarded, sealing the air around Qin Feng. Swoosh! With a flash of pink light, Qin Feng turned into a shadow and disappeared into the sky. The pink wings were so fast that no one could pinpoint Qin Feng's location. The lightning bolts seemed to be half a beat slower, and they always exploded a dozen meters behind Qin Feng, unable to hurt him at all. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden explosion. It was not caused by the lightning bolts. Qin Feng paused in the sky for half a second, but it was at this moment that he pulled his bow like a god. Chapter 1540. Boom! Han Qingtian flew to the ground like a cannonball and blasted a huge pit on the flat ground. The black robe on his body had long been torn, and his white hair was also stained with dust. He looked battered and exhausted. The crowd was already dumbfounded. Han Qingtian was the supreme leader of the Hunyuan sect and a level 2 holy king. He was like a god in everyone's eyes, but now he was seriously injured by Qin Feng. Those who had looked down on Qin Feng before stopped talking, and they didn't even have the courage to look at him directly. The Chore's disciples cheered and shouted. They were shocked by Qin Feng's strength again and again. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise came from the huge pit, and Han Qingtian jumped out and stood on the flat ground with a long saber in his hand. He looked up at Qin Feng, who was floating in the air, and his eyes were bloodshot and filled with endless murderous intent. Qin Feng, it's been a long time since anyone could force me into such a situation. In that case, I'll show you the true power of the Hunyuan 7 blades. As Han Qingtian roared, he waved his hand, and the golden saber around him surged with saber chi. There was a big change in the weather, but there was no fire or ice, and it was not a move of thunder. Instead, the saber chi condensed into a golden dragon in the void and flew toward Qin Feng with a ferocious roar. The fifth style of the Hunyuan Seven Blades, Phantom Form. As a member of the Hunyuan sect, it was the first time for everyone present to see the fifth style, Phantom Form. The golden dragon seemed to have entered an uninhabited place. Wherever it went, there was a burst of wind, and even the clouds in the sky were blown away by it. The dragon was very fast, and it had already arrived in front of Qin Feng in a few roars. Qin Feng frowned, and he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately pulled the heavenly eagle bow and shot it. Chirp! The purple eagle swooped down and collided with the dragon in the air. The violent explosion was like a surging tide, and the spreading clouds were like the Wu-Tang Mountain in the morning. Humph! You want to break my phantom form with a mere bow? Go to hell. After Hun Qingtian used the fifth style of phantom form, his aura skyrocketed. He slashed again, and the second golden dragon soared into the sky. The purple heavenly eagle was clearly no match for the golden dragon. It was torn to shreds by the golden dragon's sharp claws. Without waiting for Qin Feng to draw his bow again, the long dragon swung its tail and sent him flying to the ground. Ha! Weak ant, today will be the day you die. Hun Qingtian leaped up again, laughed thrice, and flew toward where Qin Feng had landed. As soon as he was in mid-air, the golden saber in his hand swung down. This time, the saber chi condensed into thousands of sharp golden flying arrows, falling like dense raindrops. Qin Feng was anxiously lying at the bottom of the pit. He had already seen through the power of the fifth style of the mixed origin seven sabers, illusion. Mixed sky could transform the saber chi into any shape to launch an attack. He could achieve unity with the saber and move as he wished. Rumble. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and shot out a patch of purple dusk immortal fire. Those flying arrows had nowhere to hide in the fire and instantly turned into smoke and dissipated. Hun Qingtian did not mind. He knew how powerful Qin Feng's purple cloud immortal fire was, but he could also see that unleashing the purple cloud immortal fire required a huge amount of immortal qi and mental energy. With Qin Feng's current condition, he probably wouldn't be able to use it more than a few times. Hun Qingtian slashed down for the third time. This time, the saber chi transformed into hundreds of ferocious beasts that roared and charged toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng had already jumped to the ground. The golden phoenix slashed horizontally, and the row of ferocious beasts instantly disappeared. But then, hundreds of ferocious beasts came from all directions. If they continued fighting like this, Qin Feng would definitely be exhausted to death. Master, if you want to break Hun Qingtian's illusion saber skill, you can't touch the objects formed by the saber chi. You have to destroy Hun Qingtian directly. This is also the principle of capturing the ringleader first. Little Pig's anxious voice came over. Qin Feng had already thought of this, but the illusion saber skill was too fierce and did not give Qin Feng any chance to fight back. He waved his large hands continuously, and any ferocious beasts that got close to him within a range of 10 meters were chopped into smoke and dissipated. His thoughts moved slightly. The cosmic flying sword shot out, leaving a pink shadow in the midst of the ferocious beasts. Rumble. The sound of wind breaking rose and fell, and more than half of the ferocious beasts formed by the saber chi were destroyed by Qin Feng. Hun Qingtian was about to slash again, but Qin Feng took this opportunity to stab his spear through the air. Stab, stab, stab. The Rainbow Demon Storm Spear immediately shot out thousands of spear lights. Hun Qingtian smiled lightly and waved his saber lightly. The saber chi condensed into hundreds of protective shields in front of him. The ferocious spear lights pierced through the shields again and again, but the shields seemed to be endless and would always appear in the next moment. The spear landed completely, but it did not hurt Han Qingtian at all. Han Qingtian still had some time to spare, so he waved his saber again. The battle between the two was extremely intense, and both of them used all their skills. Under Han Qingtian's illusion saber skill, Qin Fen could not gain the upper hand at all. He kept defending and retreating, and his body suffered dozens of attacks. "Master, you can't go on like this. Han Qingtian will kill you sooner or later," Little Pig said anxiously. Qin Fen also realized the danger they were in, but Han Qingtian's mixed element 7 saber technique's 5th form was too powerful. It was worthy of being a heaven-level saber skill, and it was even more profound than Qin Fen's solitary 9 swords. "Do you have a way to defeat Han Qingtian?" Qin Fen asked with his thoughts. "Actually, after Master broke through to the Saint King stage, you can also use the Purple Cloud Immortal Fire to achieve the effect of illusion." Qin Fen was stunned. He really did not know about this. If the Purple Cloud Immortal Fire could transform at will like Han Qingtian's saber chi, then it would be a very powerful attack. Little Pig continued, "But Master has just stepped into the Saint King stage, so your realm is still on the low side. At most, you can make the Purple Cloud Immortal Fire transform once. Master must seize the opportunity. If you fail, you can only run away." To Qin Fen, the opportunity to transform the Purple Cloud Immortal Fire was very rare. He was very clear about the power of the Immortal Fire, and he believed that it would definitely be able to kill Han Qingtian. At this moment, the saber chi that Han Qingtian had unleashed transformed into thousands of boomerangs, and they made a fierce wind-breaking sound in the air. The boomerangs were surrounded by barbs, and if one was not careful, they could cut a person's body in half. Qin Fen was surrounded by a dense rain of boomerangs, and he was about to be crushed into pieces. "Oh no, Big Brother Qin is really in danger this time. This battle is full of ups and downs, and it's really exciting. I already said that Qin Fen is no match for the Qingtian sect leader. He will still die in the end." The discussion spread again, and Han Qingtian was full of smiles when he heard it. Qin Fen stood in the circle of boomerangs with a cold expression. When he saw that Han Qingtian had let his guard down, he immediately seized the opportunity. When he opened his eyes, thousands of flames shot out from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The purple dusk immortal fire instantly transformed into sharp arrows that shot through the air. The flying arrows that Qin Fen transformed were much more powerful than the ones that Han Qingtian had transformed. These flying arrows were made of purple cloud immortal fire, and their bodies were red and surging with flames. Wherever they went, even the air seemed to be melting. "What the hell is this? You?" Han Qingtian was scared silly by this sudden turn of events. He was only stunned for a moment, and the boomerangs formed by the saber chi had already turned into smoke and dissipated. The thousands of flaming arrows whistled through the air, forming a spectacular scene of burning clouds above Han Qingtian's head. The disciples screamed again. In just a few minutes, their nerves were numb from the shock. Han Qingtian was a level 2 Saint King after all, and he quickly came back to his senses. He was not afraid of the fire arrows. He waved his golden saber and formed countless shields in front of him. Bang 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 bang. The fire arrows landed on the shields, and there was a loud sound of impact. The power of the purple cloud immortal fire was much more powerful than the rainbow demon storm spear. However, Han Qingtian was also very powerful. The golden saber in his hand danced continuously, and he forcibly blocked the mystical fire. "Ha! Don't force yourself, kid. Just surrender and I'll give you a quick and painless death." Han Qingtian laughed wildly again. He could see that this was Qin Fen's trump card. In this way, Qin Fen was like a crossbow with a strong bow. Swoosh! But before he could finish laughing, an extremely ear-piercing sound of wind was heard. Han Qingtian hurriedly looked up, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. A fire arrow flew through the sky, but it was several times larger than the other fire arrows formed by the purple cloud immortal fire, and its speed was even more shocking. If one looked closely, the long arrow emitted a pure white holy light, but there was a ball of purple flame flickering at the arrowhead and the tail of the arrow. This arrow was extremely ferocious, and Qin Fen had fused the purple cloud immortal fire into the cloud-piercing arrow. The flying arrow was too fast, and Hun Qingtian could not dodge it in time. The row of shields formed by saber chi shattered like tofu. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing left in front of Hun Qingtian. No, no, Hun Qingtian's strange cry was still echoing in the valley, but his body was pierced by the cloud-piercing arrow. After a second of pause, it exploded like a brilliant firework. Rumble. The loud sound was still echoing, but the Hun Yuan sect disciples were still in a daze. After shooting that arrow, Qin Fen's aura was extremely weak. When he landed, he was a little unstable, and he felt like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. But even when Qin Fen was in such a weak state, no disciple dared to stand up and avenge the sect leader of Qingtian. Qin Fen ignored those disciples and went to the area where Hun Qingtian had exploded. The ground was splattered with blood and flesh, and a jade ring had fallen into the blood. Ordinary people might think that this jade ring was an ordinary jade ring, but Qin Fen held it in his hand with joy. He knew that this was Hun Qingtian's storage ring. On the Divine Continent, most disciples would use a storage pouch. Only the great elders of the Hun Yuan Si and sect leaders like Hun Qingtian were qualified to wear storage rings. When Qin Fen killed Hun Zhen on the Celestial Fox Mountain and took away his storage bag, there were many treasures in it. Now that he was holding the storage ring of a sect leader of the Second Realm Saint King Realm, one could imagine the treasures inside. Chapter 1541. Soon, Qin Feng discovered that Hun Qingtian's storage ring had its spiritual power sealed. Even if an ordinary person obtained this storage ring, they wouldn't be able to take the items inside. However, this was not a problem for Qin Fen. Although his cultivation level was lower than Hun Qingtian's by a small level, Qin Fen's mental strength was definitely many times stronger than Hun Qingtian's. In just a few short minutes, Qin Feng had forcefully broken the spiritual seal on the ring. Then, Qin Feng was stupefied. There were tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, countless middle-grade and low-grade spirit stones, and even the lowest-grade spirit weapon was purple-grade. There were also 2 pink flying swords mixed in. There were more than a dozen types of Tier 4 and Tier 5 elixirs. There were even a few bottles of Tier 6 elixirs. However, there were no Tier 7 elixirs. When Qin Feng roughly scanned through the resources in the storage ring, his eyes suddenly lit up. There were dozens of cultivation and martial skill manuals piled up in a separate corner, and the secret of the Primeval Chaos 7 Sabers mental cultivation method was among them. Ding! Congratulations to host Qin Feng for collecting Heaven's Limit Saber Art, Mixed Energy 7 Sabers. The system rewards host Qin Feng 100,000 hedonist points and a primeval saber. Host Qin Feng's total hedonist points, 635,000. The system's notification tone rang out. Qin Feng flipped his hand, and a long, dazzling blade appeared in his hand. The Primordial Chaos Saber was also a Great Sage Gold-grade spirit weapon. It was shorter than the Golden Phoenix, but its blade was wider. The edge of the saber gleamed coldly, and there were a few holes carved into the back of the saber. Rumble! Qin Fen casually slashed out with his saber. A golden light that was several hundred meters long flashed, and a deep ravine immediately appeared on the ground. The disciples in the distance were startled. Many of them thought that Qin Feng was going to start a massacre. They were so scared that they covered their heads and fled. Master, this primeval saber can be used in conjunction with the primeval 7 sabers martial skill. It can produce unimaginable power, Little Pig explained. Qin Fen nodded with satisfaction. However, he had just obtained the Chaotic Origin 7 saber technique, so he wouldn't be able to use it for the time being. As such, he stored the Chaotic Origin 7 saber technique and Hunchingtian storage ring into his star ring. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest: create the out-of-print realm's 3rd godly item, imprisonment. There is no time limit for the mission. The reward is yet to be determined. Qin Feng had just put away the items when the system's notification sounded. He opened the out-of-print interface and looked at it. This interface had already forged 2 immortal artifacts, the Starry Sky Flying Sword and the Golden Rock Heavenly Sovereign Armor. Now, the 3rd weapon had also been unlocked. It was a divine weapon. After reading the introduction of the Blade of Imprisonment, Qin Feng was shocked. This was indeed worthy of being called a divine weapon. Once this blade was formed, it could confine spacetime and temporarily freeze the environment for a few seconds. The exact length of the pause depended on the level of the attacker's realm. Qin Fen thought that if he had this divine weapon, he would have a chance of escaping even if he encountered a Buddha-light realm cultivator. However, when he looked at the materials needed to create the shackles, he felt depressed. He didn't even have the main synthetic materials, and it was the first time he had heard of it. Regardless of whether it was the Starry Sky Flying Sword or the Golden Rock Celestial Sovereign Armor, Qin Fen had spent a lot of effort to forge them. Just gathering the materials required a lot of time. Moreover, this godly weapon was even more difficult to synthesize, so Qin Feng could only put this quest aside for now. At this moment, the horse farm of the Hunyuan sect was in a mess, as if a world war had broken out. The group of inner sect disciples and core disciples had long disappeared, leaving only hundreds of odd-job disciples in a daze on the flat ground in the distance. Qin Feng calmed himself down and strode towards the crowd. The odd-job disciples' eyes were filled with awe, and some even took the lead to kneel on the ground. Senior Qin Feng! Everyone shouted in unison. It was a spectacular scene. Qin Feng stood in front of the crowd, waved his hand and said, "Get up, all of you. I came to the Hunyuan sect this time to take revenge on Huanfei and Hunyuan High. I have no intention of completely destroying the Hunyuan sect." However, the crowd still didn't dare to get up. In their eyes, Qin Feng was extremely powerful, and he was the one who won the first place on the Dragon leaderboard in the sect competition. However, it was an eye-opener for them today. Qin Feng actually killed the 8 junior elders and the Clear Sky sect leader of the Hunyuan sect on his own. Senior Qin Feng, we don't have much affection for the Hunyuan sect. Even if you want to destroy the sect, it's not our business, someone said carefully. In that case, go to Luoyang City to find Zhou Tian. Now that the elders and sect leader of the Hunyuan sect are gone, the sect will fall soon. There's no point for you to stay here. The odd-job disciples were touched by Qin Feng's invitation. Thank you for taking us in, Senior Qin Feng. We'll go to Luoyang City in a while. After settling down the odd-job disciples of the Hunyuan sect, Qin Feng hurried to the 5-element mountain. His main purpose of coming out this time was to find the ancient martial arts relic. The Hunyuan sect completely fell from a 3-star sect because they offended Qin Feng. The odd-job disciples all went to Luoyang City. As for the outer, inner, and core disciples, they all escaped. There was no one in the huge Hunyuan sect now. After half a day's journey, Qin Feng passed by a place called Huaqing. There were many people coming and going at the entrance of Huaqing, and it was a very lively scene. "Brother, what are you going to do?" Qin Feng stopped and asked a random young man. The young man was in his early 20s, dressed in white, and had a handsome face. Qin Feng had already checked his realm, and he had just stepped into Stage 6 Immortal Chi. Although this realm was nothing in the northern sand continent, to be able to reach this level in his early 20s, he could be considered a cultivation genius. Brother, I'm Changxing, a disciple of the Central Plains sect. Huaqing is holding its annual auction today, and everyone is going to attend the auction. The young man was also very enthusiastic. Qin Feng said, Qin Feng, the sect leader of Luoyang City's Hero City. Hearing that Qin Feng was a sect leader at such a young age, Changxing's eyes lit up. But after thinking for a while, he hadn't heard of Hero City, and immediately thought that it was a very small sect. In that case, it wasn't surprising that Qin Feng was a sect leader. Huaqing's auction. What's so special about it? Qin Feng continued to ask. Actually, in a place like the Divine Supreme Continent, where cultivation was the main focus, it wasn't strange for various regions to hold auctions, alchemy meetings, and similar activities. But Huaqing's auction attracted so many people to attend, so it was obviously different. Changxing looked at Qin Feng in surprise, but he still explained patiently, Brother Qin, don't you know? Countless treasures appear in Huaqing's auction every year, and it's practically the largest auction in the northern sand continent. Therefore, every year, sects disciples, rogue cultivators, and disciples of large clans from various regions would attend. Perhaps, they might be able to bid for what they want. The two of them chatted as they walked, and Qin Feng slowly gained a better understanding of Huaqing's auction. It could be said that Huaqing was famous for its auction, and every year, it attracted a large number of cultivators to gather there. Qin Feng also found out that Huaqing didn't have any sects or large clans. This city was actually controlled by a rogue cultivator, and there were rumors that the rogue cultivator had already stepped into the Buddha's light realm. Qin Feng originally wanted to go to Five Element Mountain to look for ancient martial arts relics, but since he came across Huaqing's annual auction, he decided to take a look. Coincidentally, the system's limited edition interface had unlocked the god weapon shackles, and Qin Feng still lacked a few materials needed for synthesis. Unknowingly, the few of them arrived at the entrance of the auction. Changxing was accompanied by 3 of her fellow disciples. The entrance of the auction was already filled with people, and everyone was in high spirits as they discussed and discussed. It seemed like they were waiting to enter the auction. Qin Feng blended into the crowd, and maintained a low profile. He also deliberately suppressed the aura in his body, so that he appeared to be only at the Stage 6 Immortal Chi realm. Qin Feng looked around. Among the 100 or so people gathered, most of them were at the Stage 6 Immortal Chi realm, and there were a few Sage King realm experts mixed in. Every Sage King realm expert was the focus of the crowd, and there were many disciples who were trying to curry favor with them. Heroes, Huaqing's annual auction is about to begin. Please enter and take your seats. After waiting for a while, the entrance of the auction house opened. The crowd was instantly excited, and 2 long lines quickly formed to enter the auction house. Big Brother Qin, although Huaqing's auction is free to auction, you have to act according to the circumstances. If there are any treasures that strong cultivators are interested in, it's best to give up on the auction. Changxing was a good person, and told Qin Feng many things to take note of during the auction while they were queuing. In fact, it wasn't Qin Feng's first time attending an auction, and he understood what Changxing said. Especially in a place like the Divine Supreme Continent, where only the strong were respected, if one tried to snatch an item from a powerful senior, even if one managed to obtain it in the end, one would be killed. The 5 of you, each pay an entrance fee of 500 high-grade spirit stones. Soon, it was Qin Feng's group of 5 in the queue. According to the rules of the auction, everyone had to pay an entrance fee to enter. Originally, Qin Feng didn't care about this, but he clearly saw that the 2 people who went in before him only paid 200 high-grade spirit stones, so why did it increase to 500 for them? Did you guys make a mistake? Isn't the entrance fee 200 high-grade spirit stones? Qin Feng asked doubtfully. The two guards' faces turned cold, but before they could explode, Changxing hurriedly pulled Qin Feng back and smiled at the guards. Ha! Big brothers, don't be angry. 500 high-grade spirit stones, right? That's 2,500 for 5 people. I'll pay you. When the two guards saw Changxing take out a storage bag, their faces turned cold, and they didn't say anything else. However, Qin Feng stopped Changxing. He wouldn't be suppressed for no reason. Brother Changxing, don't pay first. I'm afraid these two are trying to cheat us, Qin Feng said. Chapter 1542. Changxing and the rest looked at Qin Feng in surprise. They did not know what he was thinking. It was inevitable that people would be oppressed when they were in a foreign land. However, Changxing and the rest could accept the additional 300 high-grade spirit stones each. However, if he offended the two guards who were at the 8th level of immortal qi because of this, he would not have a good ending. Big brother Qin, Changxing wanted to persuade Qin Feng a bit more, but the two guards were already angry. They interrupted him, glared at Qin Feng, and yelled, "Yo! What do you mean by this? You don't want to pay the entrance fee. I'm warning you, this Flower City is Lord Yan Xianhai's territory. The auction is managed by Senior Yan. You better not cause trouble here. Otherwise, you will be in trouble." The two guards' auras surged. The people queuing behind Qin Feng could not help but take a few steps back, keeping a distance from Qin Feng and the rest. Actually, there were many powerful cultivators in the crowd who were at the 9th level of immortal energy or had stepped into the Sage King realm. However, everyone was afraid of the two guards. This was because the two of them represented Yan Xianhai's dignity. He was rumored to have stepped into the Buddha light realm. I did not say that I will not pay the entrance fee. It's just that I have some doubts about your entrance fee. Could it be that everyone's entrance fee is different? Why did the two people who entered earlier only charge 200 spirit stones, but when it came to us, it increased to 500 spirit stones? Just as the atmosphere was stifling, Qin Feng's words shocked the crowd. Everyone was well aware of the problem with the entrance fee. It was fine if the weaker cultivators suffered a loss. No one would be stupid enough to say it out loud. Wasn't this a slap to the Flower City auction house's face? However, Qin Feng said it in front of everyone. Many people revealed playful expressions and looked as though they were waiting to see him get beaten up. Stinking brat, don't slander us. Since when did we bid randomly? Either you obediently pay the entrance fee of 500 spirit stones and enter, or get lost. The two guards' faces turned ashen. Changxing and the rest were so scared that they did not dare to speak up for Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. The aura of the 6th level of immortal energy he displayed suddenly started to increase. In just a few breaths, it had increased to the 8th level of immortal energy. That brat is so young, but he's actually an expert at the 8th layer of immortal energy. No wonder he's so arrogant. So what if he's at the 8th level of immortal qi? Since he dared to offend the Flower City auction house, he definitely won't have a good ending. No, that's not right. His aura is still soaring. He's already at the mid-stage of the 9th level of immortal qi. Everyone was shocked by Qin Feng's powerful aura. The ruthless expressions on the two guards' faces quickly disappeared. When they sensed that Qin Feng's aura had stabilized at the pinnacle of Immortal Qi Stage 9, they were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Actually, the peak of Immortal 9 wasn't much in Flower City, but Qin Feng looked to be in his early 20s. To be able to reach such a realm at such a young age, if he didn't have a powerful sect or family backing him up, no one would believe it. I'll ask you again. How many spirit stones is the entrance fee? Qin Feng asked coldly. At this moment, his aura had reached its peak. He was a first-level Saint King. The crowd screamed in fear, and the two guards were dumbfounded. They had initially thought that Qin Feng was just a little brat with a 6th-stage immortal chi, which was why he wanted to trick them. They didn't expect that they would be tricked this time as well. The entrance fee is the same, 200 top-grade spirit stones per person. After a while, one of the guards braced himself and said. Seeing that the other party had retreated, Qin Feng didn't continue to pursue. He immediately threw 1,500 top-grade spirit stones and walked into the auction house with Changxing and the other three. The farce ended just like that. However, the two guards were really frightened. Later on, they only dared to collect 200 spirit stones per person. Even if they met youngsters with 4th-stage immortal chi stage 4 or 5, they didn't dare to collect more. Who knew if they were also hiding their strength? The auction house was extremely large, and it was divided into 2 areas. In the middle was a public area with more than 30 rows of stone chairs. At the back, there were more than 10 private rooms. It seemed that only people with status could enter. Qin Feng had suddenly decided to come to Flower City's auction house to take a look. He wasn't sure if he would buy anything, so he sat on the stone chairs in the public area with Changxing and the others. At this moment, Changxing and the others still had shock in their eyes. It was obvious that they hadn't recovered from Qin Feng's display of strength. Big brother Qin, you've stepped into the Saint King stage. After sitting for a while, Changxing asked Qin Feng. I've stepped into the Saint King stage not long ago. This bit of strength is nothing in the northern sand continent. It's just that I can't stand the differential treatment of those two guards, so I didn't give in to them. Qin Feng said it very casually, as if the Saint King stage was nothing to him. Changxing and the 3 disciples exclaimed again. The Central Plains sect that the 4 of them were from was a 4-star sect in the northern sand continent. It was much more powerful than the 3-star sect, Hunyuan sect. Changxing was a genius disciple of the sect, but she had only stepped into the 6th-stage immortal chi stage at the age of 23. On the other hand, Qin Feng was a Saint King at the same age. Big brother Qin, although you've stepped into the Saint King stage, it's better to be careful. Changxing reminded him in a low voice. Qin Feng understood what Changxing meant, but he wasn't worried. Although he was a 1st-stage Saint King, he could kill a 2nd-stage Saint King. Moreover, with the speed of the pink afterglow wings, people below the 6th-stage Saint King would not be able to catch up to him. While the few of them were chatting, the auction hall was already filled with people. The dozen or so private rooms at the back were also filled with people. Basically, people from large sects or families had booked one of the rooms. Greetings, heroes. At this moment, an enchanting woman wearing a tight red cheongsam walked onto the platform. She smiled charmingly as she looked at the crowd and said, I'm everyone's old friend, Yao Yao. I'm the host of the Flower City auction. I now announce that the 16th auction of the Flower City will now begin. Please bring out the first auction item. Yao Yao didn't say much. A beautiful MC wearing a pink cheongsam with lotus flowers walked onto the platform with a round plate in her hands. The top of the round plate was covered with a red silk cloth, so it was impossible to see what was inside. The crowd below the stage was instantly energized. A few hundred pairs of eyes stared straight at the round plate on the stage. When Yao Yao saw everyone's impatient expressions, she smiled and pulled open the red silk cloth cover. Heroes, the Flower City auction has always only auctioned rare and precious treasures. This year's first auction item is extraordinary. It's a fire-attributed, high-grade earth-level cultivation technique. The starting price is 1 million high-grade spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 10,000 spirit stones. As Yao Yao's voice fell, everyone in the auction hall exclaimed. Especially those disciples who practiced fire-attributed cultivation techniques. They were so excited that they almost fainted. The cultivation technique grading system in the Divine Supreme Continent was the same as the Hedonist sovereign system. From high to low, they were sovereign level, heaven grade, earth grade, black grade, and yellow grade. Moreover, each grade was further divided into 3 small grades, upper, middle, and lower. A high-grade earth grade cultivation technique was already very rare in the Divine Supreme Continent, 1,100,000 spirit stones. Someone had already shouted out a price, but in the next second, 4 or 5 voices were heard. 1,300,000 spirit stones. 1,500,000. 2 million. A fire-attributed, high-grade earth-grade cultivation technique was sold for 2 million in a matter of minutes. Even Qin Feng was somewhat speechless. Now that Qin Feng's Sacred Medicine Hall and Divine Weapon Hall were on the right track, he could be considered a small wealthy person. But when he saw those people bidding crazily, Qin Feng realized that he was really too poor compared to them. TSK. It's actually a high-grade earth-grade cultivation technique. This Flower City auction really doesn't disappoint. It's a pity that our Central Plains sect cultivates wind-attribute cultivation techniques. Changxing, who was sitting beside Qin Feng, sighed softly. As for the other 3 disciples, they were long dumbfounded. Qin Feng realized that the Flower City auction was indeed amazing. Perhaps there would be an item that caught his eye. He calculated the number of high-grade spirit stones he had on him and discovered that it added up to just over 1 million. That high-grade earth-grade cultivation technique was finally sold for a high price of 5 million high-grade spirit stones. It was won by a man in a private room in the back row. That man had already gone backstage to handle the handover procedures while the auction hall continued. First, let us congratulate the previous person for winning the bid. Next, let us auction the second treasure. Everyone at the auction used fake names, and many of them even wore veils to cover their faces. The purpose of doing this was to prevent people from plotting against them after the auction ended. It was always a good thing to be on guard. The second item was brought to the rostrum. Looking at the chassis, it was clearly much larger than the previous item. The gloominess in the hearts of the crowd that didn't win the bid immediately dissipated, and they stared fixedly at the new auction item. Whoosh! Yao Yao pulled off the red silk cover and said with a smile, "The second item is a pink flying sword. The starting price is 1 million spirit stones, and the increment must be no less than 10,000 spirit stones." Once the flying sword appeared, the crowd below instantly flared up. They were even more excited than when they saw the fire attribute earth-grade cultivation technique. Actually, that earth-grade cultivation technique was clearly much more valuable than a flying sword. But the problem was that the earth-grade cultivation technique restricted fire attribute cultivators from cultivating it, so it dropped some grade. And the flying sword was suitable for all cultivators, so it naturally caused an even greater sensation. That's great. I came to the Flower City auction this time for the flying sword. I didn't expect to really encounter it. Seeing the flying sword, Changxing became excited and shouted a price, 1,010,000 spirit stones. From the strength of his bid, it was obvious that he wasn't a rich person. This 1 million spirit stones might be his savings for a long time. However, just as Changxing finished his bid, dozens of voices sounded one after another. 1,010,000. 1,500,000. 2 million. Hello everyone, I am Chi Ho, the little elder of the Equal of Heaven sect. I have now stepped into the 3rd level of the Holy King realm. I happen to be lacking a flying sword, so I hope everyone won't fight with me. 3 million high-grade spirit stones. A strong voice came from the private room in the last row. After this voice sounded, many people who were prepared to continue bidding stopped. Actually, 3 million spirit stones was just the right price for a flying sword. Moreover, Chi-Ho was the little elder of the 4-star sect, equal of Heaven's sect, and he stood out to shout. Ordinary people didn't want to offend this sect. The new book, Transcendent Great Immortal Doctor, will be published online, horizontally, Chinese, and English. Please support me. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1543. For a moment, the lively atmosphere in the auction hall quietened down. Many disciples with low cultivation levels or without strong backing shook their heads and sighed. They reluctantly withdrew from the auction. Qin Fen did not care about the flying sword. The Starry Sky flying sword that he owned was 10 times better than the flying sword on the stage. Moreover, after Qin Fen killed Hun Qingtian, he obtained 2 pink flying swords from his storage ring. However, Qin Fen was surprised. Chi-Ho was only a small elder of the Equal Heaven sect, but he had already stepped into the 3rd realm of Holy King. He was even more powerful than the sect leader of the Hunyuan sect, Hun Qingtian. From the looks of it, a 4-star sect was much more powerful than a 3-star sect. Sigh. It seems like I have no chance. Changxing sighed. He came to the Flower City auction to get a flying sword, but now he could only watch the flying sword fall into someone else's hands. Brother Changxing, do you need a flying sword? Qin Fen looked at him and asked. Changxing was depressed. Yes, Brother Qin, but that flying sword obviously belongs to Elder Chi-Ho. Moreover, the price of the flying sword is too high. I only have 2 million top-grade spirit stones with me. This is all my life savings. Seeing Changxing's disappointed look, Qin Fen took out a pink flying sword. Since we are fated, this flying sword is for you. Changxing was stunned on the spot. His eyeballs fell to the ground. The 3 disciples sitting beside him were also dumbfounded. They looked at Qin Fen as if they had seen a ghost. They wondered who this person was. Not only did he step into the 1st realm of Holy King at such a young age, but he could also give someone a flying sword. When Changxing came back to his senses, he was still in disbelief. He quickly waved his hand and said, Brother Qin, how can I do this? The pink flying sword is a precious spiritual weapon. How can I accept it so easily? Qin Fen could see the flickering light in Changxing's eyes. He really wanted a flying sword. However, under such circumstances, Changxing could still reject the temptation of the flying sword. Qin Fen's impression of him improved. How about this? I will sell this flying sword to you for 1 million spirit stones. Qin Fen knew that Changxing was not a greedy person. If he forcefully gave the flying sword to him, it would be like slapping his face. Therefore, he suggested selling the flying sword to him. 1 million spirit stones to buy a flying sword was definitely a profitable transaction. Changxing was extremely excited. He knew that Qin Feng had lowered the price to 1 million because he wanted to help him. With such a low price, Qin Feng would definitely suffer a loss. After some hesitation, Changxing shook her head and said, It's still not appropriate. This flying sword is worth at least 3 million yuan on the market, and there's no market for it. I can't cheat Big Brother Qin. Forget it. For longevity and the others, a flying sword was comparable to a peerless treasure. However, for Qin Fen, it was not even worth mentioning. There were many warriors sitting around. Qin Feng was afraid of attracting attention, so he immediately stuffed the flying sword into Changxing's storage bag. Don't stand on ceremony with me. I have more than 1 flying sword on me. If you don't want it, I'll sell it to someone else. Qin Fen's words stunned longevity and the others once again. They stared at Qin Fen in disbelief. This person had more than 1 flying sword. Big brother Qin, which sect are you from? This time, Chongqing did not refuse. He could see that Qin Feng was a forthright person. If he continued to be pretentious, it would be boring. I've said it before. I'm the sect leader of Luoyang City's Hero City. Qin Feng smiled. Chongqing carefully searched his mind, but he could not think of what sect Hero City was. If it was a 4-star sect or above, Chongqing would definitely have heard of it. Ha! Big brother Qin, here are 1,200,000 high-grade spirit stones. It's all I have. Big brother Qin, please don't decline. Chongqing realized that Qin Feng might be hiding his identity. This was normal in the Divine Continent. He quickly passed the storage bag with the spirit stones to Qin Feng. At that moment, he looked at Qin Feng with even more respect. Qin Feng did not stand on ceremony. He threw the storage bag into his star ring. When Chongqing and the others realized that Qin Feng actually had a storage ring, they were shocked again. The auction was still ongoing. The pink flying sword finally fell into Chi Ho's hands at the price of 3 million. From the looks of it, the Equal of Heaven faction was a very powerful existence in the Northern Sand Continent. Most people would not want to offend them. The next few items were very impressive. This made Qin Feng more interested in the Flower City's auction. There was even a Tier 7 Imperial Elixir. However, the bidding price was too high. In the end, the hammer fell at 5 million spirit stones. Qin Feng's entire fortune was not enough. At that moment, Qin Feng realized that he had to get some spirit stones. If there was a treasure that he fancied, it would be awkward if he did not have the money to bid. Brother Chongqing, can I auction items at this auction? Qin Feng asked. Ever since Chongqing obtained the flying sword, he was very excited. He said with a red face, Big brother Qin, you can auction items at the auction. However, they have to meet the auction standards. Simply put, only high-grade treasures can be auctioned. No one wants ordinary spiritual equipment or elixirs. Qin Feng was excited when he heard that he could auction items. As for whether the items he wanted to auction would meet the standards, Qin Feng did not need to worry about that. You guys take a seat first. I'll go take a look backstage. Qin Feng left the auction venue and went to a room at the back. This was the place where the auction items were handed over. There were a few men who had won the bidding earlier paying the spirit stones. This is the working area. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. As soon as he entered the room, 2 strong men glared at Qin Feng coldly. Qin Feng glanced at the 2 of them briefly and was immediately amazed. These 2 bodyguards were both Second Realm Saint Kings. I'm here to auction items, Qin Feng said indifferently. The 2 guards were obviously stunned. They looked at Qin Feng from head to toe several times. They saw that he was young and dressed ordinarily. He did not look like a guy who had any good treasures to auction. The Flower City auction house has high requirements for the items you want to auction. Don't even think about it, one of them said in a disdainful tone. Qin Feng did not care. He maintained an indifferent expression. You haven't seen what I'm auctioning. How do you know it won't meet the standards? The 2 guards choked. They stammered for a long time but could not say anything. Step back. Let him in. At that moment, a tall and sexy woman walked out from the cabinet of the room. She was wearing a red muslin dress that exposed her shoulders and long legs. Qin Feng had seen this kind of dress many times in the secular world of Huaxia. But in the Divine Continent, few women wore such revealing clothes. Yes, Sister Hong. Go in. The 2 guards seemed to be afraid of the enchanting woman. They each took a step back and made way for her. Qin Feng walked to the cabinet. The decoration inside was elegant and high-end. Only Sister Hong was sitting on Zhang Mu's wooden stool. There was a small square table in front of her. Sister Hong was making tea on the table. "What are you going to auction?" Sister Hong's voice was seductive. She was speaking normally, but it sounded like she was deliberately seducing you. Her tender hands moved smoothly as she spoke. She did not stop making tea. She did not even look up at Qin Feng. Qin Feng sat down on the wooden stool opposite her. He secretly checked the woman's strength, only to find that the woman's aura was so strong that even he could not understand it. Qin Feng did not care about this. He was here to auction items. He immediately took out the other flying sword he got from Hun Qingtian. "This pink flying sword is qualified to be auctioned, right?" Qin Feng looked at Sister Hong. This woman's skin was as white as cream, and she exuded an enchanting charm. She was extremely attractive. Sister Hong, who had been cold all this time, suddenly stopped what she was doing. She looked up at the flying sword on the table, and her beautiful eyes flashed. "Are you sure you want to auction this flying sword?" "Yes. But I don't know the process of auction and the bonus," Qin Feng said. Sister Hong pushed a cup of flower tea in front of Qin Feng. When she retracted her hand, she grabbed the flying sword in her hand and looked at it. After confirming that the flying sword was genuine, she said, "Our Huaqing auction house treats all our customers the same principle. If the auction item is successfully sold, the auction house will split the profit 30 to 70 with you. If you think it's okay, I'll arrange to auction this flying sword for you." Sister Hong's expression had already calmed down. Obviously, a flying sword was not that precious to her. Qin Feng inwardly cursed at the auction house for taking away 30% of the price in one go. But the auction house also helped Qin Feng bear the risk. If he took the flying sword outside to sell, he would probably encounter people who killed and robbed them. Moreover, it was not easy to find someone who could buy the flying sword's ability. "Sure, can I auction a few more items?" Qin Feng asked. Sister Hong's expression froze again. She looked at Qin Feng seriously for the first time. "You have an item of the same grade as the flying sword." Qin Feng did not say anything and took out a jade bottle. As soon as he opened the bottle, the room was filled with the fragrance of medicine. Sister Hong exclaimed, "This is a grade 6 golden saint pill." Qin Feng took out a golden saint pill. He had refined it using the medicinal ingredients given by the Qi family in Luo City. Qin Feng had refined a few batches of it, and he had eaten some of them to break through to the Saint King stage. He had left a few for Zhao Ling Xian and the others. "That's right, this pill should be able to be auctioned, right?" The reason why Qin Feng took out the golden saint pill was that this pill was no longer helpful to his current realm. This was the best pill for breaking through to the Saint King stage at the peak of the immortal Qi realm. Secondly, a grade 7 king pill was sold at the auction for a sky-high price of 5 million. Qin Feng thought that although the golden saint pill was one grade lower, it could still be sold for at least 2 to 3 million. Sister Hong was completely shocked by Qin Feng. Initially, she did not think that Qin Feng would be able to take out any high-grade items because of his young age. Now that she looked at it again, it was completely beyond her expectations. "Where did you get this golden saint pill?" Sister Hong did not rush to talk about the auction. Instead, she asked about the pill. On the divine continent, miraculous pills were what cultivators needed the most. Chapter 1544. Before Qin Fen came, he had been hesitating whether he should take out the golden saint pill or not. Seeing Sister Hong's excited reaction, he regretted his decision. He was worried that this woman would try to rob him. "This was refined by my master. He refined 3 pills. I ate 2 when I broke through to the Saint King realm. The remaining one is useless to me, so I wanted to auction it. Qin Fan casually found an excuse and revealed that he was a Saint King and had a powerful alchemy master. He did this to put pressure on Sister Hong and let her know that he was not a pushover. Sister Hong was stunned. When she regained her senses, she was shocked again. Where is your alchemy master? What grade of alchemist is he? Qin Fan had already realized how rare and respected alchemists were in the Divine Supreme Continent when he was in Luo City. Even the Qi and Ma family patriarchs fought to be on his good side. Now that he was facing Sister Hong, the person in charge of the Flower City auction house, Qin Fan was even more certain of this fact. After a moment of silence, Qin Fan said, "My master doesn't meet people easily. He can refine grade 7 king pills." In the Divine Supreme Continent, pills were divided into 9 grades. Grades 1 to 3 were all miraculous pills. Grades 4 to 5 were spirit pills. Grade 6 golden pills and grade 7 king pills. The higher grades were even more powerful. Even Qin Fan couldn't refine them now. He can refine grade 7 king pills. Isn't that a pill king? The pitch of Sister Hong's voice rose by quite a bit. Her originally indifferent face flushed red with excitement, making her seem even more charming and moving. Qin Fan pretended to be calm and said, "I'm here to auction something. As for my master, let's stop talking about him." Sister Hong snapped out of her daze and realized that she had lost her composure. She suddenly stood up, exposing most of her sexy body to Qin Fan. She walked to Qin Fan's side and sat down. "What are you?" Qin Fan raised his guard. He thought that she was going to rob him. However, before he could finish his sentence, Sister Hong placed her lily-white hand on his shoulder. "Young hero, don't be nervous. I want to be friends with you. You won't refuse, right?" As she spoke, Sister Hong's other hand touched Qin Fang's thigh and used her finger to draw circles on a more sensitive area. Qin Fan almost vomited blood. He had been on the Divine Continent for so long, but he had never seen a woman as bold and unrestrained as Sister Hong. However, Qin Fang was not a little virgin. His romantic history could be written into a dozen books. "Oh. Of course we can make friends. Miss, you're as beautiful as a flower. I really want to be your friend." Qin Fang pretended not to notice Sister Hong's ambiguous actions and let her touch him. A sneer flashed in Sister Hong's eyes, but she quickly restored her enchanting look and said, "Young Master Qin, since we are friends, do you still have a 6th grade golden core? How about giving it to me?" It had to be said that Sister Hong was a super seductress. If an ordinary man was so tempted by her, they would have long since fallen head over heels and agreed to everything. Qin Fang said calmly, "We just met and I'm giving you a 6th grade golden pill. I don't think that's a good idea." As he spoke, Qin Fang stared unscrupulously at Sister Hong's ample bosom. Sister Hong was overjoyed. From Qin Fang's words, this kid definitely had a 6th grade golden core. What's not good about it? Although Sister Hong and young Master Qin just met, I have a feeling that I regret not meeting you earlier. Don't you feel the same way? When she said the word feel, Sister Hong's jade-like hand slipped into Qin Fang's collar and caressed his strong chest muscles. Even a strong-willed man like Qin Fang was a little moved, but he quickly calmed down. This woman's little scheme had long been seen through by Qin Fang. "Since Sister Hong has put it this way, shouldn't you also give me some discount?" Qin Fang smiled and reached out to touch Sister Hong's perky buttocks. Sister Hong's delicate body trembled, and a cold light flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She smiled and said, "Young Master Qin, what do you mean by a discount? Aren't you a little too anxious? I'm actually a very reserved woman." Qin Fang sneered in his heart and deliberately pinched Sister Hong's perky buttocks. Without waiting for the woman to explode, he quickly said, "Since we're good friends, then I'll increase the share of the items I consign to 80%. What do you think, Sister Hong?" Sister Hong was stunned. She thought that Qin Feng was talking about taking over her body. She didn't expect that Qin Feng would still think about a percentage under such teasing. "Okay. As long as you're willing to give me a 6th grade golden core, I'll agree to your proposal," Sister Hong said without thinking. Qin Feng withdrew his hand and stood up. Under Sister Hong's surprised gaze, he said, "Then it's decided. I've given you the 2 items I want to auction. Hurry up and arrange it." Sister Hong felt that something was wrong. "What about the 6th grade golden core?" Qin Feng said with a smile, "Sister Hong, don't worry. I always keep my words. But I don't have a 6th grade golden core now. When Master gives it to me in the future, I'll leave it for you." Sister Hong rolled her eyes and almost fainted from anger. She finally understood that she had been tricked by the little brat in front of her. This fact was hard for Sister Hong to accept. As the only daughter of Yan Xianhai, the city lord of Flower City, she had never been taken advantage of since she was young. Under the temptation of her beauty, countless men had been toyed with until not even their bones were left. Who would have thought that she would suffer such a huge setback today? "Brat, you dare to trick me." Sister Hong slammed the table and stood up. The aura around her body skyrocketed. Qin Feng couldn't help but take 3 steps back. He was amazed. This woman's realm was unfathomably high. She was at least a 2nd-level Saint King. "Sister Hong, why would I trick you? It's just that I really don't have a 6th grade golden core anymore. Besides, I only said that I would give you a golden core. I didn't say that I would give it to you now. Is there something wrong with your understanding, Sister Hong?" Although Qin Feng was amazed by Sister Hong's strength, he wasn't afraid of her. This was the auction house. If Sister Hong really dared to do anything to him, who would dare to come to Flower City auction house to trade in the future? Even if he took 10,000 steps back and Sister Hong really wanted to kill him, Qin Feng could use the pink aurora wings to escape in an instant. Sister Hong was so angry that she wanted to slap Qin Feng to death. However, she still had some misgivings in her heart. "Ha! I will remember that you owe me a 6th grade golden core. If you dare to not give it to me in the future, I will teach you a lesson. Also, you took advantage of me just now. If you don't give me something that satisfies me, I won't let you off." Sister Hong suddenly turned hostile. No one would have thought that this ice-cold woman could be so charming and seductive. Qin Feng said confidently, "Sister Hong, according to what you said, you touched my chest just now. I am a virgin. How are you going to compensate me?" Pfft. Sister Hong almost vomited blood and died. She had toyed with countless men and understood a man's nature the best. However, under the temptation just now, Qin Feng was able to maintain his rationality. It could be seen that this guy was also an expert in the field of love. This kind of person had the nerve to say that he was a virgin. "Why don't you go and die? Stinking brat, don't act innocent after taking advantage of me. You still don't know my identity. I am the daughter of the city lord of Flower City." Qin Feng was stunned. He didn't think that the enchanting woman in front of him had such a powerful background. Not long ago, Qin Feng heard Changxing mention the city lord of Flower City. He was a rogue cultivator who was rumored to have stepped into the Buddhalite realm. Now that Qin Feng had taken liberties with the city lord's daughter, he was going to die. Cough cough. "Sister Hong, I am here to auction something. I am also a guest of your auction house. You don't have to go against me, do you?" Qin Feng felt a little guilty. Sister Hong's seductive big eyes darted around. Finally, she said, "Leave your real name and background." 1 month later, I want you to give me an energy transformation pill. If you can't do it on time, I will make you regret it. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Earlier, she said it was a 6th grade golden core. Now, it had become a 7th grade imperial core. However, the energy transformation pill was not difficult for Qin Feng. Not long ago, the city lord of Luo City, Qizang, had given him the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the energy transformation pill. However, Qin Feng's current strength was still lacking. He planned to try refining the energy transformation pill after breaking through a few more realms. And the time limit of 1 month was more than enough. All right. I promise you, but I want to increase the share of the items I auction to 90%. Qin Feng was definitely not someone who would take a loss. Sister Hong could not hide her surprise. To her, the share of the profits was not important. Their Yan family was already very rich. She did not care about Qin Feng's small share. However, an energy transformation pill was hard to find. Even Sister Hong could not get it. If Qin Feng could really help her get an energy transformation pill in 1 month, she did not need to take Qin Feng's share of the auction. All right. I hope you keep your word. Qin Feng left the backstage and returned to the auction hall to sit down. At this time, the atmosphere of the auction hall was still very lively. During the time he left, a total of 3 items were auctioned. They were all very precious treasures. Big brother Qin, it's such a pity that you left just now. You actually auctioned a pink armor, a skyline spear technique, and a fire-attributed 6th grade spiritual beast core. Changxing's face was filled with excitement. Even if he did not have the ability to bid for those 3 items, just looking at them was already very exciting. Qin Feng was more or less amazed. Although those 3 items were not very useful to him, and he already had them, they were indeed very good treasures in the northern sand continent. Everyone. The next auction item will definitely make you go crazy. Actually, there was an item that was auctioned earlier. Since many people did not successfully bid for it, our auction house will offer another flying sword for everyone to bid for. The host, Yao Yao, stood on the main stage with a charming smile. However, after Qin Feng had seen Sister Hong's allure, he no longer had any interest in looking at women. However, when he heard that a flying sword was going to be auctioned, Qin Feng straightened his body. He thought that this flying sword was very likely to be the one he had auctioned. Fuck. There's a flying sword. That's great. As expected of the Huaqing auction house. They always bring huge surprises to everyone. I must get my hands on this flying sword. Chapter 1545. The crowd below the stage went into an uproar. The previous flying sword was forcefully won by the equal of Heaven Sect's Chi Ho. This made many people unhappy and regretful. They didn't expect the Flower City auction house to get another flying sword. It was unbelievable. The starting price of this flying sword is also 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 10,000 spirit stones. Just as Yao Yao finished speaking, dozens of shouts came from below the stage. 1,010,000. 1,010,000. The quality of this flying sword looks better than the previous one. I bid 2 million, the auction price soared. In just a short minute, the starting price of 1 million had risen to 3,500,000 high-grade spirit stones. At this moment, more than half of the people had withdrawn. They didn't think the price was too high, but they simply didn't have enough spirit stones to bid. Heroes, I like this flying sword too. It's better if you don't fight with me. I bid 4 million spirit stones. A strong voice came from a private room in the last row. Many people's faces turned cold. The one who shouted was none other than Chi Ho, who had won a flying sword previously. Fuck. This guy is too shameless. It's enough to snatch it once, but he still wants to do it a second time. Lower your voice. Who asked him to have a higher realm and a stronger backer? The Equal of Heaven sect is a 4-star sect. They're not to be trifled with. So what if it's the Equal of Heaven sect? My Broken Hang Mountain doesn't live off a woman. Everyone was about to fight over a flying sword. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up when he saw the intense atmosphere of the auction. The higher the price of this flying sword, the better. Big brother Qin, that flying sword can't be yours, right? Chongqing had already seen some clues. He knew that Qin Feng had quite a few flying swords on him. And Qin Feng had left for a while just now. It was very likely that he had gone to auction this flying sword. What's the situation with Broken Hang Mountain? Qin Feng nodded but didn't say much about the flying sword. Chongqing could already confirm that the flying sword being auctioned on the stage belonged to Qin Feng. This filled him with shock. Big brother Qin, Broken Hang Mountain is also a 4-star sect in the North Sand region. Its strength is comparable to the Equal of Heaven sect and the Central Plains sect that I am in. A long time ago, Chongqing had announced her name. At that time, Qin Feng didn't pay much attention. Now, he asked in detail, how powerful is a 4-star sect? How many Saint King Realm Masters does the sect have? Chongqing looked at Qin Feng strangely. In his eyes, Qin Feng was a mysterious and unfathomable young senior. With Qin Feng's realm and heroic spirit, he was a member of a 5-star sect. How could he not understand the power of a 4-star sect? Although she did not understand, Chongqing still answered honestly, Big brother Qin, the North Sand continent is the place with the thinnest spiritual energy in the entire Divine Supreme continent. It is much worse than the other 3 continents. Therefore, the 4-star sects in the North Sand region are not very strong. Most of the outer court disciples are at the Immortal Qi intermediate stage, while the inner court disciples are at the 9th immortal stage. As for the core disciples, many of them have already stepped into the Saint King realm, while the Little Elder and the Great Elder have even higher realms. Qin Feng was shocked. How could such a force be considered weak? To Qin Feng, this was already very impressive. And he knew that Chongqing was not bragging. The North Sand continent was indeed the place with the thinnest spiritual energy among the 4 great continents of the Divine Supreme Continent. Therefore, Qin Feng could not imagine what the Eastfield continent with the most abundant spiritual energy was like. While the two of them were talking, the price of the flying sword had already reached 5 million high-grade spirit stones. At this time, only Chi Ho and the young elder from Broken Hang Mountain were still bidding. When Chi Ho called out the high price of 5 million, the young elder from Broken Hang Mountain did not increase the price anymore. He shouted angrily, Chi, do you have any shame? Everyone let you have the previous flying sword, and you still want to take this flying sword. Chi Ho had already walked out of the private room. He stood at the door and glared at the private room diagonally opposite him. He said, Wu Ku Xing, you sound like a resentful woman. This auction belongs to the highest bidder. I am willing to pay a high price. What can you do about it? Wu Ku Xing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He only brought 5 million high-grade spirit stones with him. He really could not compete with Chi Ho. Humph. Let's wait and see. Wu Ku Xing walked into the private room angrily. The crowd sitting in the public hall sighed. Actually, everyone supported Wu Ku Xing to continue bidding. Chi Ho's actions were really immoral and had already caused public indignation. Seeing that the second flying sword was about to land in Chi Ho's hands, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. 6 million high-grade spirit stones. Chi Ho, who was already smiling and about to go backstage to complete the procedures, was suddenly stunned. He looked towards the source of the voice and saw a youth in the public hall. The hall was instantly in an uproar. Everyone's gaze fell on Chin Fong. No one expected that someone would dare to increase the price at this time. "Rascal, are you looking for trouble?" Chi Ho was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The aura on his body suddenly increased. Many people sitting beside Chi Ho felt an immense pressure. Some of them even instinctively retreated. The three disciples from the Central Plains sect looked at Chin Fong in fear. Chongqing was already secretly pulling his arm. "Big brother Chin, what are you doing?" Chongqing was really dumbfounded. Wasn't that flying sword put up for auction by Chin Fong? Why was he calling out a price himself? Chin Fong gave Chongqing a look to tell her that it was fine. Then, he stood up, looked at Chi Ho, and said, "How am I looking for trouble? You were the one who said that the highest bidder wins the auction. I'm interested in that flying sword. Am I not allowed to bid for it?" Chin Feng's words were reasonable and unreasonable. Chi Ho did not have any anger. There were already people in the crowd discussing softly. Many of them even revealed playful smiles. Everyone had long disliked Chi Ho. Now that Chin Fong stood up to slap him in the face, it was really satisfying. "Humph. You don't know your place. You want to compete with me in terms of wealth. Do you think you can win?" Chi Ho was furious and shouted, 2 million. Chin Feng's expression did not change. He slowly opened his mouth and said, 5 million. Chi Ho's expression turned even colder. Actually, it was about right for a flying sword to be auctioned for 5 million. Any higher and it would be a loss. However, the situation had developed to this stage. How could Chi Ho be willing to retreat so easily? He would lose face. 8 million, Chi Ho shouted while gritting his teeth. 7 million. Seeing that the bidding price was getting higher and higher and was about to break through the sky, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Who is that young man? He doesn't even give face to Chi Ho. He's so young, but he's so generous. He didn't even blink when he shouted the price of 7 million spirit stones. What kind of expert is he? There's going to be a good show to watch. No matter who wins the auction, the feud between these two will be settled today. Chin Fong ignored everyone's discussion. Chi Ho looked at the rising price and was so scared that he did not have the mood to care. In a short minute, the flying sword was auctioned for the sky-high price of 8 million spirit stones. At this moment, Chi Ho's expression was so cold that it was about to drip water. He gritted his teeth and glared at Chin Fong. After hesitating for a long time, he shouted, "Bastard, I bid 9 million. If you raise the price, I'll let you have the flying sword. However, I'm afraid that you won't be able to take it away in the future." Chi Ho was extremely arrogant and threatened Chin Fong in public. However, to everyone, Chin Feng's identity was mysterious and lofty. He would definitely not care about Chi Ho's threat. However, when they heard what Chin Fong said next, everyone was puzzled. "All right, I'll back out. That flying sword is yours." No one expected Chin Fong to back out suddenly. Could it be that this person was really frightened by Chi Ho's prestige? Although he had successfully bid for the flying sword, Chi Ho could not show a smile on his face. This flying sword had been auctioned for the sky-high price of 9 million, while the flying sword he had bought earlier had only cost him 3 million. Big brother Chin, even Chongqing could not understand Chin Fong. Chin Fong smiled and said, "I was the one who put that flying sword up for auction. Why would I really buy it? I was just helping that fool to raise the price and make him spend more money." After hearing Qin Feng's words, Chongqing almost laughed out loud. He looked at Chi Ho, who walked backstage with a bitter expression. He thought that if this person knew the truth, he would definitely vomit blood and die from anger. The auction continued. Qin Feng's flying sword had been auctioned for the sky-high price of 9 million. This made him happy. He calculated the total number of spirit stones he had, including the 1 million he originally had and the 1.2 million that Chongqing had given him. He had a total of 11.2 million top-grade spirit stones. However, this was not the end. The grade 6 Golden Sage elixir that Qin Feng had put up for auction had already been placed on the rostrum. Everyone, please be quiet. The following item is also very powerful. I believe that many of you would like to get your hands on it. Yao Yao pretended to be mysterious, attracting the interest of the crowd below the stage. She pulled open the red silk cover. Instantly, bursts of medicinal fragrance wafted through the venue. Needless to say, everyone realized that this was an elixir that was being auctioned. Moreover, it was of a very high grade. This is a grade 6 Golden Sage elixir. I don't need to introduce its function. The starting price of the Golden Sage elixir is 1 million. Each bid must not be lower than 10,000. The moment the Golden Sage elixir appeared, the crowd was in an uproar. Actually, when Qin Feng had put it up for auction, a grade 7 Imperial elixir had already been auctioned. However, although the hibiscus elixir was a grade 7 Imperial elixir, it had a supplementary effect. It was not very useful for cultivation and was not as practical as the Golden Sage elixir. Everyone knew that the Golden Sage elixir was the best elixir for experts at the peak of the Immortal Qi stage to break through to the Saint King realm. More than half of the disciples present were at the Immortal Qi stage. They dreamed of getting a Golden Sage elixir. 1 million. 5 million. 2 million. In the end, the Golden Sage elixir was auctioned for 3 million. This price was within Qin Feng's expectations. He was also quite satisfied. In this way, Qin Feng's spirit stones had suddenly increased from 1 million to 14.2 million. Now, he finally had some confidence. He believed that in the following auctions, if there was a treasure that he fancied, he would have the ability to compete for it. Next up, we will auction a precious refining material. Everyone should have heard of this black star rock. It is one of the essential materials for forging top-grade spiritual weapons. The formation of the black star rock requires hundreds of years of historical precipitation. From this, we can see how rare it is. The starting price is 100,000 spirit stones. Each bid must not be lower than 5,000 spirit stones. Chapter 1546. When the Black Star Rock appeared, the originally excited crowd calmed down. It was obvious that they were not interested in this top-grade refining material. On the other hand, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He had already looked through the materials needed to create the godly shackles in the system. Black Star Rock was one of the main materials. Qin Feng was shocked. The starting price for such a rare and top-notch refining material was only 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Moreover, the price had been shouted out for a while, but he didn't see anyone increase the bid. Sigh. This rare material is indeed precious, but there aren't many blacksmiths on the divine continent. It's useless for ordinary people even if they get their hands on it. It's like a piece of scrap iron. Chongqing, who was sitting next to him, muttered. Her words cleared up Qin Feng's doubts. Qin Feng was excited. It seemed that he would be able to obtain valuable black star rock materials at an extremely low price, 110,000. However, before Qin Feng could make a bid, a voice came from a private room in the last row. The voice sounded like a middle-aged man, and there were people in the public area who recognized the man's voice. That's Gao Jianping from the forging faction. I'm afraid only a refining faction like theirs would bid for the Black Star Rock. The forging sect is considered one of the more famous weapon refining sects in the Northern Sands region. The purple-grade battle saber that I'm using now was bought from the forging sect. It seems that the forging sect has picked up a big bargain today. 110,000 spirit stones to buy the Black Star Rock, the crowd discussed quietly, and Qin Feng heard all of this. When he found out that the other party was from a large refining sect, Qin Feng's heart became somewhat heavy. However, the Black Star Rock was something that could only be found by luck. Since Qin Feng was able to come across it at the Flower City auction house, how could he give it up so easily? 200,000. A young voice rang out, stirring up the crowd. Holy shit! There are still people who want to buy the Black Star Rock. It's the young swordsman who competed with Equal of Heaven sect's young elder Chi Ho for the flying sword. Didn't this person get scared by Chi Ho? Why did you jump out and attack the forging faction? This young hero is so young, and his wealth is astonishing. I'm sure his background is not small. Qin Feng's participation caused the originally silent venue to return to its previous clamor. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out from a private room in the southwest corner of the back row. The man was dressed in a gray robe and had a cold expression as he stared in Qin Feng's direction. Boy, I'm a disciple of the forging faction, Gao Jianping. That Black Star Rock is useful to my forging faction, why are you bidding on it? Qin Feng did not even look at Gao Jianping as he calmly said, naturally, bidding for the Black Star Rock is also useful to me. Gao Jianping's eyes widened. He didn't believe that this Black Star Rock would be of any use to Qin Feng. Could it be that Qin Feng was a blacksmith at such a young age? It was a huge joke. Humph. I think you're just looking for trouble. Today, I'll say it here. If you dare to bid again, the forging sect will be your enemy in the future. Gao Jianping's words were even more ruthless than Chi Ho's. The strength of the forging faction was comparable to that of a normal four-star sect. In addition, they mainly refined tools and had befriended many rogue cultivators and experts from large clans. Very few people in the Northern Sands continent would dare to offend such a powerful family. Everyone looked at Qin Feng. They already knew that Qin Feng would back off very quickly. Since that's the case, let me give you a piece of advice. If you continue to raise the price, I will throw in 10 million of my fortune and obtain this Black Star Rock. The noisy hall suddenly quietened down. Everyone stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. Previously, this person was scared off by Chi Ho. Now, he dared to go head-on against the forging faction. What was he thinking? Qin Feng's words were even more domineering. In a fit of anger, he would throw in 10 million spirit stones. This guy was so young. Where did he get so much money? The three disciples of the Central Plains sect were dumbfounded. Changxing was so shocked that she could not come back to her senses. She even forgot to persuade Qin Feng. Gao Jianping stood rooted to the ground. He looked extremely embarrassed. He knew that Qin Feng wouldn't back down and was prepared to fight to the death with Qin Feng. However, Gao Jianping only had 5 million. He simply couldn't compete with Qin Feng. As for the fact that Qin Feng had 10 million spirit stones, no one doubted it. Previously, when he and Chi Ho bid for the flying sword, they raised the price to 8 million. Moreover, Qin Feng's expression was very calm. Kid, are you sure you want to do this? Gao Jianping stared at him coldly. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. Qin Feng acted as if he didn't see it. He said indifferently, if you don't believe me, you can try. I'm afraid that you will be scared off after I bid 10 million. That would be boring. The veins on Gao Jianping's forehead bulged. He secretly glanced at the backstage. If it wasn't for Sister Hong, who was guarding the place, he would have fought with Qin Feng on the spot. Ha! Good, good. You can bid 10 million for such a broken stone. Only an idiot would do this. I quit. Gao Jianping returned to the private room in a huff. The hall was in a turbulent discussion. They were all talking about Qin Feng spending 10 million to buy the Black Star Rock. After a long time, there were no other bidders. Qin Feng had already said he was going to spend 10 million, so who would compete with him? Since no one else is bidding, you can set the price for that Black Star Rock, Qin Feng said to the dazed Yao Yao on the stage. Yao Yao suddenly woke up. She looked at Qin Feng with a complicated expression. Finally, she said, "Congratulations, sir. You have bought a Black Star Rock with 200,000 high-grade spirit stones." Crash! As soon as she finished speaking, the hall flared up again. Damn! Wasn't it 10 million? How did it become 200,000? I remember now. At that time, that young hero bid 200,000. After that, no one else raised the price, so Gao Jianping was cheated. Actually, that young hero did not really want to throw in 10 million. When Gao Jianping heard the truth, he almost fainted in the private room. Qin Feng was not in a hurry to go backstage to handle the procedures. He planned to look at the following auction items. If there was anything that caught his eye, he would go through the procedures at the end. The following items were all kinds of strange things. There were escape talismans, pill furnaces, Fergana horses, and even young spirit beasts were auctioned. Qin Feng was not very interested in these things, so he did not bid. However, he was always the center of attention. So much so that during every auction, everyone would unconsciously think of him. They were deeply afraid that he would suddenly jump out to bid. When it came to the last item, Qin Feng's interest was finally piqued. This was a golden leaf grass. It was the main spirit herb used to refine the golden soul pill. The golden soul pill was a type of 6th grade golden pill. Its medicinal effects were stronger than the golden sage pill. It was the best supplementary pill for breaking through to the 4th level of the Saint King realm. The atmosphere in the auction hall heated up again. This was especially so for the people who were at the 2nd and 3rd level of the Saint King realm. They looked at the golden leaf grass on the stage as if they had discovered a treasure in the desert. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.